Chapter 344. What happened? A fourth-tier alchemist walked over with a frown. Senior Brother G, this customer doesn't agree with my appraisal, but I checked his Hatred Night Sky Lotus carefully. It is indeed 1,000 years old. The one who appraised the Hatred Night Sky Lotus for the horse-faced youth was a young alchemist in his early 20s. When he saw the fourth-tier alchemist walk over, he quickly explained the situation. Nonsense. The heart of this Hatred Night Sky Lotus is already slightly red. This is clearly a sign that it is 2,000 years old. Although I'm not an alchemist, I sell herbs for a living. I still have some common sense. The pockmarked youth retorted with spittle flying everywhere. Fellow cultivator, please calm down. Let me take a look. This fourth-tier alchemist was a man in his 30s. His name was Ji Liangxai, and he was one of the alchemists sent by the Pill Cauldron sect to take care of the 100-herb fortress. As an alchemist, his words carried more weight than an alchemist's. The pockmarked youth's anger subsided a little, but he still didn't give up. Alchemist, please take a look. At the same time, teach the alchemist what the difference is between 1,000 and 2,000 years old. This is the genuine Hatred Saint Lotus. After saying that, he rolled his eyes at the appraiser. A Hatred Night Sky Lotus that was over 2,000 years old was called the Hatred Saint Lotus. Its value was more than 10 times. This was why the pockmarked youth cared so much about its age. Ji Liangxai carefully picked up the Hatred Night Sky Lotus and gently twirled it. A faint white light emitted from his fingertips as he drew it across the Hatred Night Sky Lotus. He sniffed the hateful Night Sky Lotus lightly. Then, a strange look flashed across his eyes, but it disappeared in an instant. After a long while, he said, "Fellow cultivator, your Hatred Night Sky Lotus is clear in texture and rich in spirit energy. It does look like it is 2,000 years old, but from the color of its roots and petals, it can be estimated that it is between 1,500 and 1,900 years old. It is a fake Saint Lotus and its price is around 10,000 spirit stones. A 2,000-year-old Hatred Saint Lotus was worth at least 100,000 spirit stones. A Hatred Night Sky Lotus that was less than 2,000 years old was worth less and had different uses." The pockmarked youth heard Ji Liangxai's appraisal and immediately shook his head. "Impossible. I had someone appraise it before I came. This is a genuine Hatred Saint Lotus. Fellow Daoist, are you questioning my judgment?" Ji Liangxai's voice turned cold. He was a Tier 4 alchemist, and being able to become a Tier 4 alchemist was enough for him to gain a firm foothold in the third-layer continent. Many people wouldn't deliberately go against his words. The pockmarked youth was obviously accusing him of making a mistake. How could he, who was proud and arrogant, allow others to question him? A look of panic flashed across the face of the pockmarked youth. He couldn't afford to offend a Tier 4 alchemist. Ordinary cultivators weren't willing to offend an alchemist. This was because many cultivators were willing to do anything for an elixir in the hands of an alchemist, including teaching a lesson to those who had offended the alchemist. "Master Alchemist, you've misunderstood. I'm not questioning your judgment. Since the alchemist thinks that this is the hateful Night Sky Lotus, then I won't sell it. Sorry to disturb you." The pockmarked youth still believed that his hateful Night Sky Lotus was a genuine holy lotus. He didn't dare to question a Tier 4 alchemist of the 100-herb hall, so he could only put away his things and prepare to leave. However, Ji Liangxai stopped him and said, "Although this isn't a holy lotus, my Pill Cauldron sect has a Tier 6 alchemist called Elder Crane who needs the hateful Night Sky Lotus. How about I buy fellow Daoist's hateful Night Sky Lotus for 20,000 spirit stones?" Tier 6 alchemist, Elder Crane. The surrounding cultivators immediately went into an uproar. The status of a Tier 6 alchemist was already comparable to the sect leaders of other sects, not to mention that this was an alchemist from the Pill Cauldron sect. If a Tier 6 alchemist needed a certain medicinal ingredient, as long as he said the word, many cultivators would be willing to hand over the medicinal ingredient. If they could exchange it for some high-level elixirs, that would be something they couldn't ask for more. Many people looked at the pockmarked youth to see if he would agree. Not to mention that buying the hateful Night Sky Lotus for 20,000 spirit stones was already worth it, he had to give face to the Tier 6 alchemist. The pockmarked youth was hesitant. That was a Tier 6 alchemist. An existence that many people wanted to curry favor with. He had to give face to this Tier 6 alchemist. However, he was very unwilling. He firmly believed that the hateful night sky lotus in his hands was a holy lotus. If he sold it for 20,000 spirit stones, it would be too much of a loss. Ji Liangcai looked at him quietly with an undetectable sneer on his face. His words were actually a disguised threat to the pockmarked youth. It was the same as forcing a deal. If the pockmarked youth still wasn't willing to sell it, it was undoubtedly not giving face to the Tier 6 alchemist. This hat was a little too big. The pockmarked youth clenched his fists. He knew that he had no reason to refuse. If word got out that he didn't even give face to the Tier 6 alchemist, he would be isolated by many people. There would even be many people who would follow him and find a chance to snatch the hateful night sky lotus from his hands and use it to curry favor with the Tier 6 alchemist. In the cultivation world, anything could happen. When you only had one stalk of hateful night sky lotus, perhaps no one would take the risk for 20,000 spirit stones. But when you had a stalk of hateful night sky lotus that the Tier 6 alchemist was looking for, the result was different. Alright, I can sell it. But can I personally hand it over to Elder Crane? The pockmarked youth gritted his teeth and asked. He could accept selling the hateful night sky lotus to a Tier 6 alchemist. But when it came to curry favor with an alchemist, he should go personally. If he sold it to 100 Herb Hall, how would that Tier 6 alchemist know who found the hateful night sky lotus? All the credit was taken away by Ji Liangcai. It was equivalent to him eating a loss in silence. Moreover, he thought that this stalk of hateful night sky lotus had a higher value. Ji Liangcai snorted coldly. Elder Crane is very busy every day. He secludes himself to refine pills and no one dares to disturb him. Also, random people can't enter the Pill Cauldron sect. So it's better that I personally hand it over to the elder. There's no need to trouble fellow Daoist. The pockmarked youth's face turned red. The reason why he came to 100 Herb Hall to trade was because 100 Herb Hall belonged to the Pill Cauldron sect. The demand for medicinal ingredients was huge. Usually, any medicinal ingredient could be sold for a good price here. But the hateful night sky lotus's price was closely related to its age. This gave the other party an opportunity to play tricks. First, the other party deliberately lowered the age of the hateful night sky lotus and didn't treat it as a saint lotus. Following that, he used the threat of a Tier 6 alchemist. With a few words, he forced him to the point where he had no choice but to sell it. Sure enough, all businessmen were evil. What if I don't sell it? The pockmarked youth mustered his courage. But he still didn't have enough confidence. Especially when so many people were looking at him, saying this sentence was simply looking for trouble. Sure enough, when he said this, many people looked at the pockmarked youth with ridicule. A Tier 6 alchemist wanted a medicinal ingredient, but this fellow refused to hand it over. It was obvious that he didn't want to continue living in the cultivation world. Ji Liangcai chuckled and said, "My 100 Herb Hall pays particular attention to fair trade when doing business. We definitely don't do things like forcing people to buy or sell. If fellow Daoist isn't willing to sell this hateful night sky lotus, I won't force you. Fellow Daoist can just leave. This hateful night sky lotus is a medicinal ingredient that the Tier 6 alchemist, Elder Crane, needs. If fellow Daoist isn't willing to sell it, I'll naturally buy it from someone else. What a good fair trade, not doing things like forcing people to buy or sell." Ji Liangcai's words had already made a fact clear to everyone. He would buy the hateful night sky lotus from someone else. The hateful night sky lotus wasn't something that could be found on the streets. It couldn't be found by casually climbing a mountain. It was very rare and most people wouldn't easily pick it. If others wanted to obtain the hateful night sky lotus, the easiest way would be to start with the pockmarked youth. Ji Liangcai's expression was very contented. Although he was a Tier 4 alchemist of the Pill Cauldron sect, his status was very respectable to the outside world. However, he knew his own matters. The Pill Cauldron sect never lacked Tier 4 alchemists. Alchemists that could be sent to the various 100-herb halls of the 3 continents to handle business actually had no value in nurturing them. They could only be used to handle some mundane matters. And this hateful night sky lotus was indeed something that Elder Crane had entrusted him with some time ago. He didn't dare to be careless about Elder Crane's matters and had spent a lot of effort searching for it. Today, he finally found one with great difficulty. He could tell that this hateful night sky lotus was a holy lotus. However, doing business all year round would naturally find all sorts of excuses to maximize the benefits. Ordinary medicinal herbs were sold according to the market price. The 100-herb hall wouldn't brazenly lower the price. However, the difference between the hateful night sky lotus and the holy lotus was like heaven and earth. Even if it was 1,999 years and 2,000 years old, it was still a world of difference. Thus, he wanted to use this point to earn some profit. The pockmarked youth clenched his teeth. He had already sensed that many unkind gazes were sweeping over him. Some people didn't even bother to hide the greed in their eyes. This pockmarked youth was only a Yuanying stage cultivator. He was afraid that as soon as he walked out of the 50-mile garden in the south, he would be besieged by a large group of Yuanying stage and even out-of-body stage cultivators. He knew that if he didn't know what was good for him today, not only would he lose the hateful holy lotus in his hands, he would also lose his life. "All right, I'll sell it." The pockmarked youth spat out these words with difficulty. He had no way of refusing at all. In the Zayuzhenist world, fighting over medicinal herbs was a common occurrence. If his cultivation was higher, he wouldn't need to fear others. Unfortunately, he was only a Yuanying stage cultivator. There were many people who were stronger than him. Taking away the hateful night sky lotus was equivalent to taking an explosive pill that could explode at any time. In front of his life, he had no choice but to compromise. "Then I'll thank fellow Daoist on behalf of Elder Crane." Ji Liang Cai put on a fake smile on his face. The other unkind cultivators also revealed disappointed expressions. If the pockmarked youth had chosen to sell it, then they wouldn't have risked causing trouble for the pockmarked youth. Although 20,000 spiritual stones wasn't a small amount, it wasn't enough to cause trouble for someone else for 20,000 spiritual stones. Many people cared more about the familiarity of giving the herb to the pill master. In everyone's eyes, the pockmarked youth had undoubtedly made the right choice. But I feel that this isn't just a simple hateful night sky lotus. It's more than 2,000 years old. A voice sounded from the back of the crowd. Speaking up at this time was clearly challenging the authority of 100-herb hall. Ji Liang Cai's face immediately darkened. He coldly asked, "Which fellow Daoist is gossiping here?" Many people also turned their heads to look for the person who spoke. They were prepared to see which reckless fellow dared to cause trouble in 100-herb hall. Chapter 345. Even though Mu Yu's reputation had reached the point where women and children knew about him, not many people had seen his true face. Whether he was the disciple of the true god Sword Ying Chenfeng, the traitor who helped the demon king escape from the human race, or the hero who defeated the demon race, most of his deeds came from rumors. So when Mu Yu appeared, no one knew who he was. Fellow Daoist, don't speak without thinking. Don't bite your own tongue. Ji Liangxi saw that Mu Yu was an out-of-body cultivator at such a young age and couldn't help but take him seriously. However, this wasn't an ordinary place after all. He definitely wouldn't be afraid of an out-of-body cultivator. As an alchemist of the Danding sect, he had his own confidence. The 100-herb hall in the 50-mile garden in the south was very far from the Pill Cauldron sect. Ji Liangxi had always been here to handle the business of the 100-herb hall. When Mu Yu caused a stir in the Pill Cauldron sect, Ji Liangxi had only heard about it but not seen it. Therefore, he did not associate Mu Yu with that amazing person. Mu Yu didn't find it strange. He slowly walked in front of the pockmarked youth and smiled at him. "Fellow Daoist, I wonder if you can let me take a look at this Hatred Night Sky Lotus. I think this Hatred Night Sky Lotus is a holy lotus." Faced with an out-of-body cultivator's request, the pockmarked youth was a bit hesitant. However, he knew that the other party wouldn't dare to have any improper thoughts about the Hatred Night Sky Lotus. Moreover, The other party was clearly on his side. So, after a moment of hesitation, he said, "Please take a look." Under Ji Liangxai's gloomy expression, Mu Yu took the Hatred Night Sky Lotus and played around with it. He said, "Judging from the core of the Hatred Night Sky Lotus and the Holy Lotus is one method. However, the core of a 1,900-year-old Hatred Night Sky Lotus is gradually turning red. So, on the surface, this Hatred Night Sky Lotus is indeed 1,900 years old. Since fellow Daoist also said that this Hatred Night Sky Lotus is 1,900 years old, then its value is one level lower." What did fellow Daoist mean just now? Just to show off? Ji Liangxai mocked. When the pockmarked youth heard Mu Yu say this, his face immediately darkened. He didn't understand why Mu Yu had said that this night sky lotus was more than 2,000 years old. Now, he was saying that it was only 1,900 years old. Was he playing with him? Mu Yu flipped the hateful night sky lotus over and continued, "But for this hateful night sky lotus, its red core doesn't represent its age. When the hateful night sky lotus reaches 3,000 years of age, the red color of the lotus heart will gradually fade, and it will turn back to black. This process will take about 100 years, and then it will become no different from a 1,000-year hateful night sky lotus. Many people will sell a 3,000-year hateful night sky lotus as a 1,000-year hateful night sky lotus." A look of ecstasy appeared on the pockmarked young man's face. "Fellow Daoist, you mean, this is a 3,000-year-old holy lotus of hatred? A 3,000-year-old hateful night sky lotus and a 2,000-year-old hateful night sky lotus were two different concepts, and the price would be tens or even hundreds of times higher. If this was a 3,000-year-old hateful night sky lotus, and it was sold as a 1,000-year-old hateful night sky lotus, that would be a huge loss." Mu Yu nodded and said, "To be exact, this hateful night sky lotus is 382 ND-year old. "Nonsense!" Ji Liangxai shouted. "Fellow Daoist, are you doubting me, a Tier 4 alchemist?" "Yes, I'm doubting you." Mu Yu pursed his lips, feeling that Ji Liangxai's question was a little funny. He could know the exact age of all the plants and herbs in an instant, and there was no need for other appraisal methods. Everyone revealed a strange look. This young man was actually doubting a Tier 4 alchemist. Courting death. You. Ji Liangxai was burning with anger. He brought out his identity as a Tier 4 alchemist, and was actually ignored by the other party. This was unprecedented. After a while, he said, "Your Excellency is not an alchemist, so why do you dare to doubt me, a dignified Tier 4 alchemist of the Danding sect? As long as it was an alchemist, the spiritual power in their body would definitely have the unique characteristics of an alchemist. Moreover, because their fingertips had been refining the medicinal power of herbs for many years, it would lead to a thick layer of medicinal cocoon on their fingers. This was also a proof that alchemists could recognize each other's identity." Ji Liangxai saw that Mu Yu's fingers were very smooth, and there were no medicinal cocoons that were commonly seen in alchemists, so he concluded that Mu Yu was not an alchemist. Mu Yu was indeed not an alchemist. He did not even know how to refine ordinary medicinal pills. Although he was the head of the Danding sect, he did not know how to refine medicinal pills. Speaking of which, it was quite ridiculous. But what did it matter? His familiarity with herbs was unparalleled, and his judgment of plants in the world could not be more accurate. Moreover, the famous poison king Kumu Changqing was not an alchemist, but that did not affect him as the head of the Danding sect, right? The most important thing was that Mu Yu had learned the essence of the poison scripture from Kumu. The medicinal effects he had concocted were even stronger than the medicinal pills refined by alchemist. What does it matter whether I am an alchemist or not? We are here to discuss this Lihan sacred lotus, not to discuss alchemy techniques. What is an alchemist? There is nothing great about the identity of an alchemist. Others might break their heads to become an alchemist or curry favor with an alchemist, but to our Mu Yu, he was the person that all alchemists wanted to curry favor with. Unfortunately, his words in front of outsiders became the synonym of a frog at the bottom of a well. Who is this guy? Speaking nonsense in the Danding sect's 100 Herb Hall, he actually dares to belittle the identity of an alchemist. There is something wrong with his brain. Not to mention that Ji Liangxai is a Tier 4 alchemist of the Danding sect. Even if he did not come from the Danding sect, the identity of an alchemist is extremely respected. He actually dares to say that the identity of an alchemist is nothing great. He is probably a country bumpkin from some small sect. He has a cultivation base, but he does not have the slightest bit of common sense. People from big sects would not be so stupid as to say such things. Jumping clown. The surrounding people began to discuss animatedly. They were all mocking Mu Yu for having a hole in his head. He even dared to belittle the identity of an alchemist. He was really retarded to the extreme. Everyone in the 100 Herb Hall stood on Ji Liangxai's side. Some people, in order to curry favor with Ji Liangxai, even began to curse this arrogant young man in a low voice. Although the out-of-body stage was not ordinary, there was no lack of out-of-body stage cultivators here. They were not afraid of Mu Yu. Your Excellency should leave here. Our 100 Herb Hall does not welcome cultivators who do not respect alchemists. Ji Liangxai said coldly. Although his cultivation base was only at the nascent soul stage, he still ordered Mu Yu to leave. Mu Yu lazily said, "You are in such a hurry to chase me away. Could it be that you have a guilty conscience?" Ji Liangxai was so angry that he laughed and said, "I am a dignified Tier 4 alchemist. Why would I have a guilty conscience? I just disdain to compete with people who talk nonsense. If you are sincere in doing business, I will naturally accompany you. If you are deliberately causing trouble, then you have come to the wrong place. Our 100 Herb Hall is not a place where just anyone can come and behave atrociously." Just as Ji Liangxai's voice fell, 2 out-of-body stage guards appeared out of nowhere. In the blink of an eye, they had already arrived beside Mu Yu. "Your Excellency, please." They were both out-of-body stage cultivators, so these 2 guards were already very polite. Flying or fighting was prohibited in the South 50, Lee Garden Street, but there were no restrictions in the room. However, 100 Herb Hall's shop was filled with precious medicinal ingredients. If out-of-body stage cultivators were to fight here, they would probably destroy all the medicinal ingredients in the blink of an eye. Thus, although the 2 guards' attitude was firm, they did not directly attack. Mu Yu did not pay attention to the 2 out-of-body stage guards. He calmly said, "I am not here to cause trouble. Since we are all here to do business, we naturally pay attention to fairness. Whether this is the Hatred Knight Heavenly Lotus or the Hatred Divine Lotus, it won't be too late to chase you away after I finish speaking." Ji Liangxai's expression changed slightly. Actually, with his many years of experience dealing with medicinal ingredients, how could he not know that Mu Yu was not wrong? This was indeed the Hatred Divine Lotus. However, he had used the fact that the 3,000-year-old Hatred Divine Lotus and the 1,000-year-old Hatred Knight Heavenly Lotus appearance to deliberately misrepresent a deer as a horse. Normal people would not be able to detect this. He did not want a busybody to suddenly appear out of nowhere. If he allowed him to reveal the characteristics of the 3,000-year-old Hatred Divine Lotus, then his reputation today would be ruined. 100 Herb Hall's reputation would also be damaged. Chase him away. Ji Liangxai did not want to give Mu Yu a chance to explain himself. He directly ordered the 2 out-of-body stage guards to take action. Although these 2 guards were out-of-body stage people, they were only hired by 100 Herb Hall to watch over the house. Ji Liangxai was a 4th-tier alchemist. The 2 guards did not dare to disobey his orders. They directly prepared to forcefully take action against Mu Yu. You should have your own principles when doing business. 100 Herb Hall is doing business like this. Aren't you afraid that you will ruin the reputation of the Danding sect? Mu Yu said in a low voice. In principle, he also had an unclear relationship with the Pill Cauldron sect. No matter what, he was still a branch master of the Pill Cauldron sect. As a branch master, being looked down upon by his own people was not a pleasant thing. He had already planned to use his authority as a branch head to discipline these fellows who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. However, at this moment, a sound rang out from the stairs leading to the 2nd floor. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of crutches knocking on the stairs echoed clearly in everyone's ears, accompanied by a burst of heavy footsteps that covered all the noise present. Every step seemed to be stepping on the chests of everyone present, causing them to involuntarily hold their breaths. To be able to walk with such an imposing manner, his identity must be extraordinary. An immortal-like old man with a white beard slowly walked down the stairs with the help of a crutch, appearing in everyone's field of vision. This old man was dressed in a luxurious moon-white daoist robe decorated with daoist patterns. His aura was distant and had already reached a terrifying level. His cultivation was even more extraordinary. With a raise of his hand, he seemed to be able to shatter heaven and earth. That kind of imposing manner was far beyond that of a Fention stage cultivator. This was at least a 7th-tier alchemist. "What is it that is so noisy?" the old man said faintly. His voice was strong and solid, causing people to involuntarily feel respect for him. Everyone held their breaths and looked at the immortal-like old man in awe. "Old ancestor Yuanda, why are you here?" The moment Ji Liangcai saw the old man appear, he immediately greeted him with a smile. His expression was incomparably respectful and submissive. He knelt down and kowtowed, then stood to the side with his body bowed. This was a great god of the Danding sect. How could a mere 4th-tier alchemist like him neglect him? "I seem to have heard someone smashing my Danding sect signboard just now. What is going on?" The old man glanced at Ji Liangcai and asked. Ji Liangcai seemed to have found a backer and immediately became spirited. He pointed at Mu Yu and said arrogantly, "Old ancestor, it is this person who came to our 100 Herb Hall to cause trouble and said that he wanted to smash our 100 Herb Hall signboard. This guy was really shameless. He actually made things up out of nothing." "Oh." The old man's gaze followed the direction Ji Liangcai was pointing at and saw Mu Yu. He was slightly startled. Chapter 346. Did he just say that this is old ancestor Yuanda of the Danding sect? Old ancestor Yuanda? Is he daoist Yuanda of the Danding sect? Heavens! How could it be him? Old ancestor Yuanda actually appeared here. This is the living fossil of the Danding sect. He is one of the few Tier 7 alchemists. Heavens! Tier 7 alchemists. This brat is dead for sure. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. A Tier 4 alchemist was already very honorable, and now there was a Tier 7 alchemist. If this kind of identity walked out, he could casually stomp a large number of salted fish to death. Everyone looked at Mu Yu as if they were looking at a dead man. Just a moment ago, Mu Yu was still belittling the alchemists, and now the Danding sect directly sent a big shot. They were afraid that this guy's end would be very ugly. This old bastard is called Old Ancestor Yuanda? Mu Yu had never heard the name of the old man guarding the pavilion, and did not know what it meant in the cultivation world. Anyway, he liked to call him the old man guarding the pavilion. At this moment, when he heard the words Old Ancestor Yuanda, he did not have time to turn around. In the past, when he saw the old man guarding the pavilion, he always dressed very casually, coarse clothes, and his hair was messy, looking like a guy who had not washed his hair for decades. But at this moment, the old man guarding the pavilion did not have the same sloppy appearance as before. His white beard and white hair were meticulously combed, and his clothes were incomparably luxurious. He looked completely different from the old man he used to be. What made Mu Yu the most strange was that the old man's aura was even more unfathomable than when he first saw him, as if he had stepped into a higher realm. It was extremely unusual for the old man guarding the pavilion to appear here. He usually lived in the Danding pavilion, and usually did not even step out of the Danding sect's door. No one knew what he was doing here. "Are you the one who wants to smash the reputation of the Danding sect?" the old man asked seriously. His eyes wandered among the crowd and finally found Deadwood, who was watching the show in an inconspicuous corner. However, Deadwood didn't even look at him. Mu Yu really wanted to rush over and point his finger at the old man's nose and scold him. Previously, in order to get Mu Yu to help remove the wood dregs on his body, he pretended to be a grandson. Now, he actually pretended not to know Mu Yu. That's right, it's him. A brat who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth actually dares to speak without thinking and challenge the authority of our Pill Cauldron school. "Ancestor, I don't know which broken sect sent this clown." Ji Liangcai slowly began to speak. "A clown? A broken sect? Shut up. Wasn't it embarrassing enough? Do you know who he is? The old man frowned and scolded. Ah! Ji Liangxai was somewhat confused by the ancestor's scolding. He thought that the ancestor would at least teach this guy a lesson for belittling alchemists. He didn't expect that he would be the one to be scolded. He is the new branch master of the Pill Cauldron School's Green Bamboo Peak, Mu Yu. Which broken sect did you just refer to? The old man snorted. His voice was like thunder, booming in Ji Liangxai's mind. What? He is Mu Yu. Ji Liangxai was struck by the old man's thunderous words and his mind went blank. He remembered that last month, the Pill Cauldron School had sent news that the new branch master of the Green Bamboo Peak had already taken up the position. However, because the Green Bamboo Peak had never interfered with the affairs of the Pill Cauldron School, no matter who became the branch master, it had nothing to do with most of the Pill Cauldron School's disciples. This was not the main point. The main point was the two words Mu Yu. This brat is from the Pill Cauldron School? Wait a minute. Mu Yu, why does this name sound so familiar? Mu Yu. Mu Yu. Isn't the true god Sword Shadow Chen Feng's disciple also called Mu Yu? That's right. It's said that Sword Shadow Chen Feng's disciple is also from the Pill Cauldron School. Everyone was shocked by the old man's words. That was Sword Shadow Chen Feng's disciple. Jianying Chen Feng was a true god who had saved the entire human race. His disciple was no ordinary person, either. Time and time again, he had caused an uproar in the cultivation world. No one would have thought that the young man who had been ridiculed as a clown was actually the famous Mu Yu. Oh my god. Just now, he actually called the true god's disciple a country bumpkin. Suddenly, everyone's face was slapped loudly. Plop. Ji Liangxai sat on the ground paralyzed. His face suddenly lost all color and his body couldn't help but tremble. He actually called the branch master of the Pill Cauldron School a clown in front of everyone. He even wanted to chase him out of the 100 Herb Hall. This was a matter of deceiving one's master and destroying one's ancestors. The smell of urine came from his crotch. Ji Liangxai's pants were wet. His body trembled like a sieve. He was actually so scared that he lost control of his bladder. Useless. The old man reprimanded unhappily. Do you know that your words just now are enough to cripple your cultivation and chase you out of the Pill Cauldron School? Ji Liangxai suddenly came to his senses. He scrambled to kneel in front of Mu Yu and kowtowed repeatedly. Branch Master, this lowly one has eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. This lowly one deserves to die for offending you. This lowly one deserves to die. Please spare my life. Although Mu Yu didn't know why the usually carefree old man suddenly became so serious, he really did have the appearance of an otherworldly expert. Since he revealed his identity, Mu Yu would leave him some face in front of so many people. Mu Yu walked in front of the old man and bowed slightly. Holding back his laughter, he said, "Greetings to old ancestor Yuan De." The old man's face twitched slightly. How could he not know that Mu Yu was mocking him? However, it was already good that Mu Yu didn't point at his nose and scold him in front of outsiders. He felt very happy in his heart. He thought to himself, there's a time when you have to lower your head in front of me. We're all from the Pill Cauldron School. Tell me what's going on. As my grand disciple and also the branch master of the Green Bamboo Peak, you need to explain the matter clearly. The old man stroked his beard and asked seriously. When everyone heard the old man's words, there was another uproar. Mu Yu was actually old ancestor Yuan De's grand disciple. Many people quickly remembered that Mu Yu was not only Jianying Chen Feng's disciple, but also Deadwood Changqing's disciple. Old ancestor Yuan De was Deadwood Changqing's martial uncle, so it wasn't wrong to be his grand disciple. Mu Yu really wanted to throw his shoe at the old man's face. Damn it. At this time, he still didn't forget to take advantage of him. Grand disciple. Why didn't he go up to the sky and stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun? Reporting to old ancestor, Mu Yu purposely dragged out his tone, thinking that he would definitely teach this old man a lesson later. When 100 Herb Hall opens its doors to do business, it pays attention to fairness and justice. Our pill cauldron school has always adhered to the philosophy of treating people with integrity and not harming the interests of our customers. This Li Hen sacred lotus is originally 3,000 years old, but this guy said that it's 1,000 years old. If we do this business and outsiders know about it, they will think that our store is bullying our customers. Just now, I really couldn't stand it anymore, so I stood out and wanted to help this fellow daoist. Mu Yu handed the Li Hen sacred lotus to the old man. The old man glanced at Mu Yu, then weighed it in his hand and nodded in surprise. He said loudly, "This is indeed a 3,000-year-old Li Hen sacred lotus." The pockmarked youth's face was filled with ecstasy. To be able to be personally appraised by old ancestor Yuanda, this was a supreme honor. Happiness came too suddenly. The pockmarked youth stared at Mu Yu with stars in his eyes, wishing that he could jump over and hug Mu Yu. Mu Yu felt uncomfortable being stared at by the pockmarked youth. He suddenly regretted poking his nose into other people's business. Damn it, this guy can't be gay, right? Mu Yu cleared his throat and continued, "Our pill cauldron school has always been straightforward in our business. Customers come first. Only by polishing our own signboard can we gain the trust of more people. Doing business is built on the trust of both parties. The Li Hen sacred lotus is the Li Hen sacred lotus, and the Li Hen sacred lotus is the Li Hen sacred lotus. We have never inverted right and wrong. So in the future, when you do business with our 100 Herb Hall, you can rest assured. You don't have to worry that we will make you suffer. In my life, I hate treacherous and cunning people the most, so I have always been on the side of reason." Well said. As expected of a true God's disciple, a person should pay attention to principles. Mu Yu's words were so righteous that it actually stirred up the emotions of the group. Everyone couldn't help but cheer for Mu Yu. Among them, there was no lack of people who saw the wind as the rudder. Of course, all of this was just Mu Yu casually spouting nonsense. He stood up purely because he couldn't stand Ji Liangcai's arrogant attitude. The old man coughed twice and continued, "In fact, a 3,000-year-old Li Hen sacred lotus could be mistaken for a 1,000-year-old Li Hen sacred lotus. Even a 5th-tier alchemist could be mistaken, so Ji Liangcai can't be blamed. I can guarantee everyone that this kind of thing will never happen again." Mu Yu spoke happily, so the old man could only helplessly help clean up the mess. In the end, he was still a member of the Danding sect. At this time, of course, he couldn't admit that Ji Liangcai did it on purpose. Otherwise, everyone would think that Ji Liangcai had always cheated cultivators like this. So the old man put all the blame on the Li Hen sacred lotus being too confusing, causing a 4th-tier alchemist to make a mistake. Not only did he save the face of the Danding sect's 100 Herb Hall, but he also didn't arouse suspicion. All right, hurry up and get up. Go back and face the wall for a while. Copy the creed, treat people with sincerity, deal with things with determination 100,000 times. If you haven't finished copying, you are not allowed to come to 100 Herb Hall again. Mu Yu kicked Ji Liangcai. The latter acted as if he had been pardoned and hurriedly nodded his head like a chick pecking rice. All right, everyone continue with your own things. Mu Yu and the one in the corner, come with me. The old man slowly turned around and stepped onto the stairs. Kumu snorted and reluctantly followed Mu Yu. The second floor was the place where the Danding sect sold pills. At this moment, there were many people gathered there. The customers on the second floor didn't care about what happened downstairs. The old man brought the two of them up to the third floor and entered a spacious and bright room. What is treat people with sincerity, deal with things with determination? The old man threw his walking stick to the side. This walking stick was simply for show. It was purely made of noble wood for the sake of looking like a person of virtue and prestige. Sincerity. Sincerity and perseverance are my life's beliefs. Mu Yu casually replied. I still don't know when you started having beliefs. The old man closed the door, then sat down and crossed his legs. At this moment, he no longer had the expression of a person of virtue and prestige. He was just like a careless old man. None of your business. Damn it. Who was the one who said the two words disciple? Also, why are you dressed so grandly? Are you attending a funeral? Mu unceremoniously scolded. However, Kumu kept staring at the old man and asked, "You broke through to the tribulation passing stage? You're an 8th ranked pill master, right? Tribulation passing stage. 8th ranked pill master. That's right. Thanks to the little bastard, after clearing the wood dregs in my body, I accidentally broke through. Haha." The old man was as happy as an old urchin and continued, "No matter what, I'm still a person of status. I can't dress sloppily anymore." Chapter 347. Danding's sect hasn't had an 8th rank alchemist for many years. Most of the 8th rank elixir's effects are heaven-defying. Just think about the origin returning pill. Unexpectedly, after Mu helped the old man clear the wood dregs in his body, the old man actually broke through the shackles that troubled him for decades and directly became an 8th rank alchemist. Amazing, old man, quickly pay the fee and give me a few dozen 7th rank elixirs. Mu rubbed his hands, almost drooling. A few dozen 7th rank elixirs? Do you think these are jelly beans? I say, you two bastards, next time you talk to me more politely. I am now the respected Daoist Yuanda. When you see me, you have to be like that Ji Liangxai, kneel 3 times and kowtow 9 times, do you understand? The old man proudly said. Mu directly threw the teacup on the table at the old man, but before it hit the old man, the teacup had already shattered into nothingness. Your purpose of coming here is not just to show off your identity as an 8th rank alchemist, right? Looking at the old man's pretentious appearance, Kumu resisted the urge to throw the teacup at him. Smashing the old man had always been his favorite thing to do. The old man unbuttoned his Daoist robe, half of it drooped on both sides, revealing the dirty cloth inside, completely destroying his immortal and respectable image. It's really tiring to dress like this. The old man simply took off his luxurious Daoist robe and threw it on the ground. If it wasn't for the summons of the Sanchong Palace, I really would be too lazy to go out. Don't you know it's very tiring for an old man to go out? Why did the Sanchong Palace summon you? Mu held back his laughter, seeing the old man's tattered cloth was obviously more amiable than the noble Daoist robe. Isn't it because of those messy human events? Now the Sanchong continent is becoming more and more chaotic, the human activities are becoming more and more frequent, all the cultivators above the crossing calamity stage have to go to the Sanchong Palace to wait for orders. The old man pretended to be serious as he tidied up his tattered cloth. You know where the Sanchong Palace is? Mu had always heard from his master that the threefold palace was mysterious, and no one knew the exact location of the threefold palace. He did not expect that the old man would want to go there. Of course, the threefold palace is in. The old man paused for a moment, then his face suddenly showed a trace of confusion. He scratched his nose and said, "I know where it is, but I can't tell you. The threefold palace placed some kind of restriction on me. Once I want to say the location of the threefold palace, I will lose my memory temporarily. You can do that." Mu felt that the mysterious threefold palace's methods were truly heaven-defying. The old man guarding the pavilion had already reached the tribulation passing stage, but his body was still restricted by the threefold palace. How powerful was the guardian behind the threefold palace? If you go to the Sanchong Palace and wait for orders, how long will you be there? Kumu frowned. The old man shrugged his shoulders and said, "Who knows? The Sanchong Palace said that they wanted us to do something to prepare for the defeat of human, but I don't know the specifics. Anyway, I saw that it was still early, so I thought I'd walk around. Last time, I heard you guys talking about the 50-mile garden in the south, so I came here to take a look. I didn't expect to really meet you two little bastards. What does the threefold palace want you to do? Could it be that they want to gather all the older generation above the tribulation passing stage in the threefold continent?" Mu continued to ask. Many sects actually had powerful experts above the tribulation passing stage. Even the Pill Cauldron sect definitely had more than just the old man guarding the pavilion. However, no matter which sect it was, when faced with the problem of human, they had no choice but to obey the orders of the threefold palace. With one order from the threefold palace, all the tribulation passing stage experts had to go. This was the absolute prestige of the threefold palace. That's not it. They just called some of them to go. 2 days ago, I saw the White Ape Demon King. That guy seems to be going as well. Oh right, the White Ape Demon King told me that you little bastard, went to the hell on earth. I always thought that you were a decent person, but why didn't you change your bad habits? The old man once again put on a virtuous attitude and said bitterly to Yu, "Damn. I'm going there for something, okay?" Yu's face was full of black lines. Who doesn't have something to do there? The old man blinked his eyes and laughed evilly. Damn it, I can't explain it to you. Yu's face flushed red. Why did people always want to throw dirty water at him when he was a young man with pure three views? Of course there's no way to explain this kind of thing. It's still good to be young. You can squander your body as you wish, unlike us. Just a little bit of strenuous exercise on the bed and we will twist our old waist. The old man patted his back and said enviously. When Yu saw the action of the old man, he suddenly remembered the words of Shimon Wuji. Someone here might be the righteous elder you usually see. He opened his eyes wide and said, "Okay. You old bastard, did you also go to the hell on earth?" The old man snorted and solemnly puffed out his chest and said, "I'm the virtuous and virtuous Daoist Yuenda, the famous 8th rank alchemist. I'm an existence revered by everyone in the world. Now, I'm also your martial uncle. You think everyone is like you, full of dirty tricks. Damn it. How could he be as shameless as the White Ape Demon King?" Yu was already speechless by the old man's words. If he had the strength, he would definitely give this old guy a good beating, so that he wouldn't always act like he was extraordinary and take advantage of Yu. "Okay, I don't want to talk nonsense with you. Old man wants to return to Danding sect. Can you send him back?" Yu decided not to talk nonsense with the old man anymore. Now, there was no more wood dregs in the old man's body, and his cultivation had also increased greatly. Yu no longer had anything to use against this old guy. Ah! Deadwood bastard wants to return to Danding sect. Did the sun rise from the west? The old man looked at Deadwood with some surprise. Deadwood stiffly said with ashen face, "Old bastard, I don't want to disappoint Schwerer. Oh, how could it be so easy to be my son-in-law? Let me hear you call me father first." The old man mischievously smiled. Deadwood stood up and directly slammed the door and left. Look at him. I really don't know if I have bad luck or something. If I let him be my son-in-law, who will take care of me in the future? The human heart is not what it used to be, the old man groaned. Then, his eyes fell on Yu and asked, "You will take care of me, your martial uncle, right?" When Yu heard the word take care of me, he was so angry that he laughed. His cultivation was so high, yet he still wanted others to take care of him. With his identity, many people would rush to serve him. Why would he need to worry about taking care of me? This old guy wanted to rely on his identity as Deadwood's martial uncle to forcefully establish a relationship with Yu. In the future, when he asked Yu to get rid of his wood dregs, it would be easier to talk. Yu resisted the urge to swear and said, okay. If you die in the future, I will send you a 1.5-meter diameter wreath. Anyway, when Deadwood returns to Danding sect this time, can you guarantee his safety? You can rest assured. Shidengtian doesn't dare to do anything to Deadwood now. Because of you, we old guys don't dare to offend you and Deadwood now. When Deadwood returns to Danding sect, everyone will strictly protect him. What happened last time will definitely not happen again. Shidengtian will also be forced to swear in front of all the elders that he will not kill Deadwood. If something happens to Deadwood, Shidengtian will definitely be severely punished. The old man said something that Yu wanted to hear. That's for the best. Yu was relieved when he heard this. In Danding sect, there was Yundan Daoist's close surveillance, so Shidengtian shouldn't play any tricks now. Last time at Danding sect, because of the Dan imprisoning array, it was difficult to guarantee Deadwood's safety. This time, Deadwood was free to return to Danding sect. Moreover, Yu was now the little ancestor of Danding sect. With his relationship with Yu, presumably, many people would rush to protect Deadwood. He wasn't afraid of Shidengtian doing anything. However, Yu still remembered something. Last time, WNWN said that someone was secretly spying on the two of them. He didn't quite believe the guards of 100 Herb Hall. That, Elder Guard, can you personally escort Deadwood safely back to Danding Sect? Anyway, it won't take you much time. Is that okay? Muyu said. The old man helplessly spread out his hands. Okay. What else can I say? You only know how to order me around. What a few heartless juniors. Why is there no one who loves an old man like me? Muyu's strange ability to control wood was there. He was simply the little ancestor of alchemists. Moreover, he helped the old man a lot last time, allowing him to successfully become a crossing calamity stage alchemist. In addition to the relationship between Deadwood and his daughter, the old man naturally couldn't refuse. Then I'll thank you in advance. In the future, if anyone wants to remove wood dregs, feel free to look for me. I'll give you a 10% discount. Muyu impudently patted the old man's shoulder and said leisurely. The old man's eyes twitched. With Muyu's exorbitant price, not to mention a 10% discount, even a 50% discount would be too expensive. Okay, my little ancestor. The old man looked at Muyu's harmless smile and sighed in his heart. He patted his forehead with some heartache. Every time he wanted to remove wood dregs, he would be extorted once. This was simply too much. However, this was like Juyu beating Huangari. One was willing to hit while the other was willing to be hit. Muyu had grasped the weakness of all alchemists. Even the old man couldn't be arrogant in front of Muyu. The higher the rank of the pill, the more dregs would accumulate in the body. He was afraid that if the old man refined a few rank 8 pills in the future, his body would accumulate a large amount of wood dregs to trouble him. At that time, he would have to look for Muyu to remove his stubborn ailment. Okay, you go out first. I want to talk to old man Kumu. Muyu directly ordered him to leave. Damn, what do you two have to talk about with your back facing me? Kumu is already my son-in-law. In the future, we will all be one family. Why are you still talking about two families? The old man scolded. We want to say some emotional words of farewell. We might even have to wipe some tears. Do you want to listen? Muyu asked. The old man rolled his eyes and said with interest, Really? I haven't seen you and Kumu shed tears. I want to listen. I don't want you to listen. Muyu didn't say anything and pushed the old man out. The old man curled his lips and stood up. Halfway through, he turned back. By the way, I am now an old immortal respected by everyone. It's not good to wear these clothes. I have to establish my image of virtue and prestige. He put on the gorgeous clothes again. The whole process was a bit strenuous, and the clothes seemed to be a bit small. Muyu walked over to help him pull up his sleeves and scolded, You are an 8th rank alchemist of the Danding Sect. Are you so poor that you can't even afford to buy bigger clothes? I don't like to dress so grandly. The last time I wore these clothes was 20 years ago. Maybe in these 20 years, my body has become more majestic. Sigh, I can't help it. A treasured sword is still young. The old man compared his muscles and said with a proud face. Muyu looked at his annoying appearance and resisted the urge to kick him. The old man put on the luxurious daoist robe and changed into the appearance of ancestor Yuanda. Then, he pretended to be dignified and coughed twice. Leaning on his walking stick, he slowly left. Muyu drove the old man out. Kumu came back in, leaving only the two of them in the room. Muyu said, Old man, do you really not need me to send you back? Chapter 348. There's no need. The old man has already said that Shi Dengtian won't dare to do anything to me. With him around, there's nothing to worry about. Your ability is a blessing to all the alchemists in the Danding Sect. They won't dare to offend me now. If something happens to me in the Danding Sect, they won't even need to think to know that it's Shi Dengtian's doing. In the past, everyone didn't care about my death. Now, they have to worship me like I'm their ancestor, Kumu said proudly. Muyu had helped the old man break through to the crossing calamity stage. This was an unprecedented event for the Danding Sect. It was difficult for alchemists to increase their cultivation because of their wood dregs. It was already heaven-defying to be able to become an alchemist in the unification stage. An alchemist in the crossing calamity stage was extremely rare. Mu Yu's appearance would change the situation where alchemists in the Danding sect had low cultivation. Therefore, even the old man in the crossing calamity stage didn't dare to do anything to Mu Yu. He even had to worship him like a little ancestor. This was called everything has its vanquisher. "Aren't you basking in my light?" Mu Yu muttered. "You basked in my light before. What's wrong with me basking in your light now?" Kumu continued with an imperceptible smile on his face. "Be careful. Don't be too flamboyant. Your identity is too sensitive now. The disciple of Jian Ying and Chen Feng is the target of many people. Before you reach the unification stage, you have to be careful." Mu Yu nodded. He had already completed what he needed to do. His current plan was to find a quiet place to increase his cultivation. Moreover, he would follow Chengyang and the others to Lanshi City to find out about Human's Nest. The fact that the Sanping Palace had started to gather the experts of the human race was enough to show that Human's current situation wasn't optimistic. In the future, Human and the human race would definitely fight. Jian Ying and Chen Feng would also recover their cultivation in a year. At that time, the Sanping true god would return. The human race seemed to have victory in their grasp, but in reality, the guardian of the Triple Palace had formed a rift with Sword Shadow and Chen Feng. With the guardian of the Triple Palace's selfishness, it was hard to say how this matter would develop. Most importantly, the guardian of the Threefold Palace had always coveted Jian Ying Chen Feng's body of eternal life. He would definitely not allow Jian Ying Chen Feng's disciple to grow. If Jian Ying Chen Feng's disciple became one of the 9 extreme immortals, then the guardian of the array would basically be raising a tiger to invite calamity. The Threefold Palace is a mysterious and ancient power. You have to know that your master, that old bastard, has lived for thousands of years, but he still couldn't figure out their method of inheritance and their exact location. They have the most complete cultivation resources in the 3 continents. It's impossible for them to not nurture their own talents. You will definitely encounter them in the future. You will have countless enemies in the future, Kumu said. They better not come looking for me. I'm not that easy to mess with. Mu Yu never liked to take the initiative to look for trouble. It was always trouble that came to him for no reason. Be careful. You can only rely on yourself in the future. Kumu knew Mu Yu's temperament. Mu Yu was a lively child who felt like he would never grow up. His words were also impudent. However, he had practically changed Kumu's life. Kumu was also very worried about Mu Yu's future. "Why do you say it like we're parting forever? It's not like I'm not going to visit you in the future. Don't forget, I'm still the branch master of the Green Bamboo Peak." Mu Yu giggled as he fiddled with the Green Bamboo Peak's token in his hand. Kumu shook his head helplessly. He thought about how the branch master's token, which was regarded as a sacred object by all the disciples of the Danding sect, was like a toy in their hands. They didn't cherish it at all. This made many disciples of the Danding sect so angry that they gnashed their teeth. Kumu and Mu Yu were the same. They didn't like the rules of the Danding sect. Kumu was antisocial while Mu Yu was lively. The two of them had completely opposite personalities. However, they didn't like to be bound to the Danding sect by their branch master status. Therefore, this branch master's token existed in name only. "Oh, right. You still haven't told me what role I played in your illusion." Mu Yu remembered the illusion he saw in the Netherworld herb world. "Is this very important to you?" Kumu raised his eyebrows. "Since you've seen my dream, I'd like to see yours too. I must be a great hero who saved you, right?" Mu Yu giggled. "Coward," Kumu said again. He didn't even raise his eyelids. "Damn it. You don't know how to care for the young." Kumu let the dragon vine on his arm come out and let it attach to Mu Yu. He said, "The dragon vine doesn't need to protect me in the future. It prefers to follow you." "I don't like big earthworms," Xiao Shui protested. "Who do you think likes a little mouse like you?" The dragon vine huffed. Then, it wrapped around Mu Yu's arm. Mu Yu looked at Kumu and then looked at the old man guarding the pavilion. He knew that with the old man guarding the pavilion, it was basically impossible for anyone to harm Kumu. "Don't worry. I will take good care of my son-in-law. The old man smiled very slyly. I will definitely make you open your mouth and call me father. In your dreams. Kumu didn't even think about it before answering. You will. The old man seemed to have a card up his sleeve. Muyu laughed loudly. He actually wanted to know how the old man would pry open Kumu's mouth. Kumu's mouth was as hard as a rock. Asking Kumu to say something nice would simply take his life. Muyu heard Kumu say a few nice words, but they were all rejected by Kumu. There's no time to lose. I will send you back to the Danding sect now. After that, I still have to report to the Sanchong Palace. The old man guarding the pavilion shook his head and said. Opposite the 100 Herb Hall was a heaven restaurant. This restaurant was one of the most famous demonic beast restaurants in the entire 50-mile garden in the south. All kinds of demonic beast meat cooked here were very delicious. Especially the steamed raccoon, it attracted many cultivators. The raccoon's entire body was chubby. Directly roasting it tasted like chewing wax. However, the Heaven restaurant was able to use special cooking techniques to make its meat delicious and juicy. Therefore, many cultivators came because of its reputation. At this moment, on the second floor of the Heaven restaurant, there was an elegant youth sitting by the window near the street. He was alone tasting the steamed raccoon in front of him. His expression was indifferent and cultured. This person was impressively the young master of Stargate. Heaven waits for you. Daoist Yuan De actually appeared in the 100 Herb Hall. An 8th rank alchemist, TSK. He really is a great god that can't be provoked. Heaven waits for you poured a cup of wine for himself and muttered to himself. He pondered for a long time and slightly shook his head. If I go directly to Muyu, those people by Muyu's side are not simple. I'm afraid that even I won't be able to deal with them. Looks like I have to find an opportunity to make a move on Withered Tree Changqing. Daoist Yuan De walked out under the respectful gaze of the 100 Herb Hall's waiter. Withered Tree pursed his lips and followed beside Daoist Yuan De. He seemed to be very angry. Muyu didn't want to let everyone know in front of so many people. Otherwise, there might be a large group of people following him when he walked back. Therefore, he walked out in advance and hid in the crowd. Looking at Withered Tree's face filled with anger, he kept snickering. Outsiders didn't know what Withered Tree was thinking. Only Muyu knew that Daoist Yuan De was purposely squeezing Withered Tree. It was fine now, but on the way back, the two of them wouldn't be content. It wouldn't be right if they didn't curse each other for 300 rounds. Farewell, old ancestor. The 100 Herb Hall's leaders were 4 out-of-body stage rank 5 alchemists. Rank 5 alchemists were existences that could call the wind and summon the rain wherever they went. However, at this moment, they were kneeling in front of Daoist Yuan De on the street. It was really rare. Such a magnificent scene attracted the attention of many people. Other than these 4 rank 5 alchemists, all the 100 Herb Hall's waiter and alchemists came out in full force to send Daoist Yuan De off. Everyone knelt on the ground respectfully with a respectful expression. At this time, Daoist Yuan De was an rank 8 alchemist of Danding sect. His status was supreme. Being able to personally come to 100 Herb Hall for an inspection had already brought light to this place. They didn't dare to be rude at all. When the people on the street saw the 100 Herb Hall's rank 5 alchemists bowing to Daoist Yuan De, they whispered to each other and asked who this sage-like old man was. When they heard that it was Danding sect's famous Daoist Yuan De, everyone looked at Daoist Yuan De with eyes full of respect. No one dared to breathe loudly for fear of offending this old immortal. The 100 Herb Hall's rank 4 alchemists were already able to walk unhindered in the cultivation world. The appearance of this great god had simply caused a sensation on the street. Everyone stretched their necks, wanting to catch a glimpse of Daoist Yuan De's glory. Even if Daoist Yuan De took a glance at them, they felt that they could brag about it for the rest of their lives. Let's go. Daoist Yuan De patted Kumu's shoulder. His face was filled with a kind smile. His every movement exuded a peaceful charm. He was simply a living immortal who was highly respected. Heavens! Why is there a Jindan period follower by Daoist Yuan De's side? What kind of dogshit luck did that Jindan period follower have to gain the favor of Daoist Yuanda, this old immortal? I really hope that I can become his follower. A nascent soul stage cultivator said indignantly. Not to mention you, even I am willing to be Daoist Yuanda's servant. That is the old immortal of the Danding sect. I am willing to be his cow and horse, just to ask for the immortal's guidance. An out-of-body stage cultivator at the side said in awe. Daoist Yuanda has such a noble status. A Jindan period follower is too low of a status. I wonder if he will accept an out-of-body stage follower like me. After Kumu turned younger, many people did not recognize him. Therefore, they were all discussing what kind of virtue and ability Kumu had to become the follower of Daoist Yuanda, this living immortal. Kumu listened to the discussions around him and his face became more and more gloomy. In any case, he was once the Poison King Kumu Chongqing. Now that he was actually called a follower, one could imagine how angry he was. If it was any other time, he would have already opened his mouth and scolded them. However, he still forcefully endured it outside. Although he knew what kind of virtue this so-called sage-like old immortal beside him had, it was enough for him to let his own family know. He would not brush away Daoist Yuanda's face. Everyone has misunderstood. This is my son-in-law, not my follower, right? Little Qing, what should you call me? Daoist Yuanda asked gently. The smile on his face was very kind, like an amiable old grandfather, making people respect him. Little Qing was Kumu's childhood nickname. Daoist Yuanda had watched Kumu grow up. When he was young, he often called Kumu that way. After he grew up, he never called him that again. As if he deliberately wanted to anger Kumu, he once again used this nickname today. 3 black lines appeared on Kumu's forehead. This old bastard was actually making things difficult for him here. Everyone was stunned. The old immortal was actually willing to marry his daughter to a Jindan period cultivator. Heavens! Was this little Qing's ancestral grave emitting green smoke? This is too unfair. In terms of appearance, I am handsome and beautiful. In terms of strength, I am at the out-of-body stage and valiant. In all aspects, I am 8 streets ahead of him. Why am I not the old immortal's son-in-law? Many Yuanying stage out-of-body stage cultivators wailed. All kinds of envious and jealous gazes fell on Kumu. They could not wait to rush out and fight with this little Qing right now to prove to Daoist Yuanda that they were more qualified to be the old immortal's son-in-law. Muyu finally understood why the old man guarding the pavilion wanted Kumu to call him father so confidently just now. It turned out that he planned to trick Kumu in front of so many people. Damn it! This old bastard, bullying old man Kumu is too much. Muyu was amused by Daoist Yuanda's shamelessness. Chapter 349. Old Immortal, do you have any other daughters to marry? Some cultivators whispered. Yes. Nieces and nieces are all fine. In their opinion, to be able to become the son-in-law of Danding sect's Daoist Yuanda was a blessing of 3 lifetimes. He must have accumulated virtue for more than 10 lifetimes. As long as they could establish a relationship with Danding sect supreme Daoist Yuanda, they could simply cover the sky with one hand and walk sideways in the cultivation whirl. What do you know? This is the famous Deadwood Evergreen. His background is much bigger than yours. Do you know Muyu? The handsome young and promising true God's disciple also calls Deadwood Evergreen his master. Muyu deliberately shouted in the crowd, preparing to save some face for Deadwood and not let others look down on him. No matter what, Deadwood was still his master. It was not right to be looked down on by others. When Muyu said this, he even shamelessly praised himself. Anyway, it did not hurt to say a few words of narcissism. Deadwood recognized that this was Muyu's voice. When he heard Muyu protecting him, his expression eased a little. At least his reputation was big. He was very satisfied that Muyu did not hit him when he was down. So it's Deadwood Evergreen. I did hear that Deadwood Evergreen's cultivation was only during the Jindan period. No wonder. It must be because Deadwood Evergreen was a true God's disciple that he could become old immortal Yuanda's son-in-law. He really has to thank Muyu. Yes. Deadwood evergreen now has no cultivation but can still have such treatment. It's all thanks to Mu Yu. Otherwise, how could he? Everyone more or less knew the name of Poison King Deadwood Evergreen. However, they all agreed that Deadwood Evergreen had relied on Mu Yu to gain Daoist Yuanda's favor. Deadwood's face darkened again. He was about to explode when he heard this. Mu Yu was a little shocked as he listened to the discussions around him. He did not know whether to laugh or cry as he silently said, "Old man, I'm sorry. I really wanted to help you. These people are too narrow-minded. I really can't help it." No one knew Dead Tree's true abilities. He was an existence that was no weaker than Sword Shadow and Chen Feng when it came to array techniques. Back then, he had used the Nine Heavens Sealing Devil formation to protect Mu Yu and the others right under Xie Bulao's nose. Daoist Yuanda patted Kumu's shoulder and said kindly, "Although Kumu is Mu Yu's master, he is also my son-in-law, don't you think so?" Deadwood. Daoist Yuanda's tone and gentle attitude towards Kumu made many people jealous to death. As far as the onlookers were concerned, they were willing to pay any price if they could speak a few words with this amiable old man. Kumu's lungs were about to explode from anger. Going back with Daoist Yuanda, there was no need to think about what would happen on the way back. Perhaps the two of them would start cursing at each other as soon as they reached a deserted place. Perhaps the Dead Tree would curse even more fiercely because Yuanda Daoist had already taken advantage of it. Due to the gazes of so many people, if the old immortal did not reply to his questions, it would be too much. Although Kumu did not like this old bastard, he was not Mu Yu. Mu Yu did not have a sense of belonging to the Danding sect, but Kumu was different. He had his own unique feelings towards the Danding sect. The Danding sect was Kumu's root, and Yuanda Daoist was the signboard of the Danding sect. Kumu knew that he had the responsibility to maintain this old bastard's image of an old immortal in front of others. This way, more people would revere the Danding sect. If he pointed at Yuanda and cursed, although Yuanda Daoist Yuanda would not do anything to him, the Danding sect signboard would be destroyed. If even a junior dared to casually scold Yuanda, wouldn't that mean that the Danding sect had no rules? Moreover, even Mu Yu, who did not have a sense of belonging to the Danding sect, did not expose Yuanda's true face in front of everyone. He even pretended to be respectful, let alone Kumu, who knew more than Mu Yu. Kumu stiffly said, "Yes, father-in-law. Don't be so estranged. If you call me father, we will be a family." Yuanda stroked his beard and said with a smile. In the eyes of outsiders, he looked at Kumu with eyes full of affection. Only Kumu knew that under this affection, there was a hidden mischief. "Yes, father." Kumu almost gritted his teeth and squeezed out these two words. "Ien, good son-in-law, let's go home." Yuanda laughed and strode forward. He knew that according to normal means, no matter how he forced Kumu, it was impossible for him to call him father. Only by relying on the pressure of everyone would Kumu obediently submit. Being able to make the stubborn Kumu admit defeat, he was very proud of himself at this moment. Many cultivators looked at the old immortal's benevolent appearance with a face full of respect. When they heard Kumu call him father, their hearts were filled with envy. They wished that they could replace Kumu and become the lucky one. That was a title that they could only wish for. However, even if they were beaten to death, they would not believe that this old immortal who had a transcendent appearance was actually an old swindler. Although whether it was cultivation or alchemy skills, Yuanda was at the top, he was definitely not a proper old guy. Mu Yu looked at Kumu's deflated appearance and secretly laughed. Now, it was hard to say whether Kumu was at a disadvantage or not. After all, Yuanda was nominally Kumu's father-in-law, so it was reasonable for him to call him father. At first, Mu Yu thought that Yuanda wanted Kumu to call him father, but he did not expect that he would really do it. This old guy's move was really ruthless. Even Kumu was unable to defend against it. Yuanda had long expected that Kumu would not be able to expose his old swindler in front of so many people. Therefore, at this moment, Yuanda, who had succeeded in his scheme, was so proud that his tail was about to rise to the sky. Kumu angrily glanced at Mu Yu, who was secretly laughing in the crowd, and resisted the urge to beat up Mu Yu. Only then did he leave with Yuanda. Everyone's envious eyes fell on Kumu. Mu Yu's attention was also on Kumu. At this moment, Mu Yu suddenly raised his head slightly and looked at the heaven signboard above his head. He seemed to have noticed something, and then his figure hid in the crowd. Daoist Yuanda is leaving with Deadwood Evergreen? This is going to be tricky. Tian Bu Wait drank another cup of wine. Suddenly, his expression changed and he gently put down his chopsticks. In the blink of an eye, his body had disappeared from his seat. After a long while, Mu Yu slowly walked to the seat where Tian Bu Wait was sitting. Looking at the empty wine cup on the table, he frowned slightly. Who are you? Mu Yu secretly pondered. Since the spiritual power in his body turned into black and white spiritual power, he became extremely sensitive to everything around him. Just when Dead Tree left, he clearly felt a sense of hostility from Dead Tree that disappeared in an instant. This hostility was very faint, and coupled with the fact that Yuanda Daoist walked out of 100 Herb Hall in a very grand manner, everyone was staring at them. Some of their gazes inevitably landed on Kumu, but even Yuanda Daoist did not notice this. If Mu Yu had not deliberately focused on Kumu, he was afraid that he would not have noticed this faint hostility. Mu Yu walked to the window and looked at the back view of Kumu and Daoist Yuanda. Because of Daoist Yuanda, he was slightly relieved. No matter who you are, you're still too inexperienced to make a move on Kumu in front of the old man guarding the pavilion. Mu Yu clenched his fist. Tian Bu Wait steadied himself at the corner. However, before he could think of anything, his body moved again and disappeared from the spot. WN walked out from the corner and frowned slightly. You dare to have ideas about my uncle? You're really looking for a beating. You run fast, but don't let me find out who you are. After saying that, WN looked at Kumu's back in a flirtatious manner and became infatuated. Tian Bu Wait walked on the 12-mile street. Even though he was almost caught by two people, his expression did not change. These two people were not ordinary people. One was the disciple of a true god and the other was the evil sect's Jade Girl WN. He was not surprised that they were able to detect his whereabouts. The purpose of his trip was originally for Mu Yu. When he saw Mu Yu coming, he chose to leave. It was not because he was afraid of anything, but he was worried that if they fought, it would alert Daoist Yuanda who had just left. In front of Yuanda, he did not dare to be presumptuous. Even if he had the protection of the extreme immortal law, Yuanda could still make him suffer. In addition, the 50-mile garden in the south did not allow fighting on the streets. If he broke the rules, he would attract trouble. After all, he was the young sect master of Stargate. If news of this spread out, it would not be good for Stargate's reputation. A true god's disciple's cultivation is not as good as mine, but he has such a sensitive sense of smell. I keep feeling that something has changed in his body. Tian Bu Wait touched his chin and pondered. Then, a light flashed in his eyes. But no matter how powerful you are, I will definitely slowly return the injuries on my brother's body to you. Then, I will kill you. In an alley in the 50-mile garden in the south, there was an abandoned hut. The hut was so dark that one could not see their fingers in front of them. The room was empty and there was no furniture. It was even covered in spider webs. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the room. His arrival seemed to bring endless light, illuminating the entire room as bright as day. All the dust was instantly swept away and the dirty room became as clean as before. This person did not have any spiritual energy fluctuations, but his figure looked so majestic in the white light. He was like a towering mountain or a god above the 9 heavens, making people look up to him. The white light enveloped this person. Even if someone was standing here, they would not be able to see his true appearance. Not long after, another figure appeared in the room. This person was like the first one, with endless light around him. However, his aura was much weaker than the first person's. Master, Jenying Chen Feng has already obtained the life force of the netherworld grass. What do we do next? The second person asked. His voice was heavy and heavy. He wants to recover his cultivation and deal with me. How can it be so easy? The first person's voice sounded extremely ethereal, as if it had traversed through time and space and had come from the ancient times, yet it seemed to have experienced the vicissitudes of life and was hoarse. When one listened carefully, it was like the voice of a child that had yet to shed its childishness, ever-changing and unfathomable. This person was the guardian of the threefold palace. "Master, how do you plan to deal with Jianying Chenfeng?" The guardian did not answer him directly. Instead, he sighed and said, "Jianying Chenfeng, phantom Ying Qingyu, and evil Ying Chenfeng. There are always people who transcend the laws of the heavens and live forever. How enviable! I have the entire cultivation world, but I am unable to transcend the restraints of the heavens. How can fate be so unfair to me?" Even if his cultivation was heaven-defying, he would still reach the end of his life. He was envious of these people who lived forever. He also wanted to possess the power of immortality. Jianying Chenfeng is a very smart person. He has already arranged everything. However, even if his intelligence is heaven-defying, how could he have thought that there would be loopholes in certain things? The guardian chuckled. "Master, are you talking about Hutu's host, Xiongnan? It's not just Xiongnan. He is already in our hands. There is another person we need to help him with." "You mean, Daoist Yuan De should hurry to the threefold palace? Do you understand what I mean?" The guardian of the threefold palace said after pondering for a moment. "But it's not time yet." The second figure pondered for a moment before coming to a realization. This subordinate understands. "Jianying Chenfeng. Jianying Chenfeng, after fighting with you for a lifetime, it's time for me to win. I have the entire cultivation world. I set the rules of the game. All cultivators listen to my orders. How are you going to fight me?" Chapter 350. On the second day after Kumu left, Feng Haochen also had to leave the southern 50-mile garden and return to the Moyun mountain range. And Shu and Qing Mai also left with him. In a few months, the immortal confining prison would begin to clear out nascent soul cultivators. Feng Haochen still needed at least a year to recover his cultivation, so Qing Mai had to return to the Moyun mountain range to bring her father, the Qingsong Taoist, out of the Moyun mountain range. In the Moyun mountain range, the Qingsong Taoist was the only nascent soul cultivator. If he didn't come out, he would be killed by the immortal confining prison. Among the people in this courtyard, the only one who could enter the Moyun mountain range was Qing Mai, who was at the nascent soul stage. After she returned with Feng Haochen and the others, she would leave the Moyun mountain range with the Qingsong Taoist and return here through the vast 100,000 mountains. The father and daughter were both at the nascent soul stage, so leaving the Moyun mountain range wasn't a problem. "You guys have to learn to protect yourselves in the future. The people of the Sanchong Palace will always pay attention to your movements, especially you, Mu Yu. Among so many people, you're the one I'm most worried about." Feng Haochen smiled and patted Mu Yu's shoulder. Mu Yu touched his head embarrassedly and said with an innocent smile, "Master, I've always been very low-key." "Really, I swear." He just wanted to be a low-key good young man, but there were always strange things that would pester him for no reason, and then things would become a mess. Then, he would become famous in the cultivation world without knowing why. "Are you joking when you say you're low-key?" Luo Shong glared at Mu Yu. "Did you see me smile?" Mu Yu curled his lips. He felt that he and his second senior brother didn't see eye to eye. "It's okay. As my disciples, you don't have to hide anything when you go out. Do what you have to do. It doesn't matter if you cause trouble. But you have to know how to protect yourself, understand?" Feng Haochen blinked his eyes considerately. Mu Yu suddenly understood. He turned to Luo Shong and said, "Listen to Master, you didn't blame me for being too high profile. In any case, we are the disciples of Jianying and Chen Feng. When we go out, we can't ruin our Master's reputation. Do you understand? No one here has tarnished Master's reputation. You're the only one who needs me to save you every time something happens to you. You're a disgrace to Master." Luo Shong coldly crossed his arms over his chest as he glanced at Mu Yu. Mu Yu was speechless. He realized that his second senior brother was getting more and more annoying. He liked to tell the truth. "A duel?" Mu Yu provoked. "Let you use one hand?" Luo Shong replied coldly. Mu Yu felt discouraged. Luo Shong's cultivation had already reached the severed soul stage. Not only Luo Shong, but Chengyang was also in the spirit-severing stage. Even Xiong Nan and Lan Ling were in the seventh sky of out-of-body stage, which was higher than Mu Yu. Mu Yu had always thought that his cultivation was to ride the wind and break the waves. Unfortunately, his senior brothers and sisters were completely gliding on the water's surface. They were even faster than him. Ever since Mu Yu left the Moyun mountain range, he rarely really calmed down to cultivate. He only cultivated in the second sky for nearly a year. After leaving the second sky, he ran around everywhere. Chengyang and the others had been cultivating in this small courtyard. They didn't waste a single moment. None of the disciples of Jian Ying and Chen Feng of the third sky continent were idiots. Mu Yu wasn't the only one with talent and intelligence. Chengyang, Luo Shong, and Xiong Nan all had the same physique as Mu Yu. They made rapid progress on the path of cultivation. Even Lan Ling who had nothing to do with Yu Meng, had a frightening cultivation speed. Mu Yu couldn't slack off in order to catch up with his abnormal senior brothers and sisters. Just you wait. One day, I will definitely knock you down. Mu Yu gritted his teeth and said. He remembered when he was in the dreamland of the second sky illusion spirit. At that time, he was fighting against Chengyang, Luo Shong, and the others by himself. He wasn't at a disadvantage. Although it was a dream, Mu Yu felt that it wasn't necessarily impossible. Lan Ling patted Mu Yu and said with a smile, I already said that you still have a long way to go to catch up with second senior brother, little junior brother. Mu Yu touched his forehead. He used to belittle second senior brother in front of Lan Ling because he wanted to prove that he was better than second senior brother. In the end, second senior brother was still miles ahead of him. Naturally, this was because Luo Shong had cultivated for a longer time than him. However, Mu Yu was still secretly determined to surpass this cheap second senior brother. Alright, Mu Yu, don't worry about it anymore. At least now, when people mention Jian Ying and Chen Feng's disciple, the first person they think of is you, right? Chengyang saw that Mu Yu was a little depressed and comforted him. Xiong Nan also said honestly, that's right. Mu Yu, you can say that you represent all of our senior brothers and senior sisters now. Everyone only knows that you are Jian Ying and Chen Feng's disciple, so they will be somewhat polite to you. When you go out, you represent Master's face. Mu Yu smiled. Chengyang and Xiong Nan were better at comforting people. He said, oh, I feel much more confident when you say that. That's why only you would embarrass Master. Luo Shong poured cold water on him without holding back. Damn it, one-on-one, I'll let you use one hand. Feng Haochen chuckled as he watched Mu Yu and Luo Shong bicker. As a master, he was naturally very happy to have such outstanding disciples. Any one of his disciples was good enough. Not to mention Luo Shong and Chengyang, even Mu Yu, who had the lowest cultivation, could definitely suppress a large number of young geniuses from the third layer of the continent. All of you must remember what I said. No matter what you do in the future, you must live up to your heart. As long as you feel that you did not do anything wrong, then it is not wrong. Even if you kill someone, as long as you think that person deserves to die, then go ahead and kill him. As for embarrassing yourself, I have never worried that you will embarrass me because I know that you will make the right choice. When I taught you the falling dust mantra, I said that the most important thing in the falling dust mantra is the heart. If your heart is upright and your body is upright, then there is no need to worry about anything else. As a true god from the third layer of the continent, even if he had lost his cultivation, he had nothing to fear. He would not let his disciples deliberately keep a low profile. Feng Haochen did not set any extra rules when he took in disciples. He only had one rule, so he only asked his disciples to follow this rule. Yes, Master, everyone said respectfully. As for the Supreme Immortal Leaderboard, if you want to fight, then go ahead. If you don't want to fight, then so be it. In the future, human and the human race might go to war again. Xiong Nan, you don't have to worry too much. Life is for yourself, not for others. Do you understand? Feng Haochen's wise eyes stared at Xiong Nan as if he could see into the depths of Xiong Nan's heart. Among the 5 of them, only Xiongnan Spirit Lord Yu Meng had not been sealed by the 9 Heavens Devil Sealing Formation. However, in Feng Haochun's opinion, the 9 Heavens Devil Sealing Formation was only a foolproof method. It was not a necessary method. There were many ways to fight against Spirit Lord Yu Meng. As long as one's heart was firm, they would not be bewitched by Spirit Lord Yu Meng. I know, Master. Xiongnan still looked naive. It was as if he did not care that the 9 Heavens Sealing Devil Formation had not taken effect on his body. Xie Bulao had forbidden Xiongnan from leaving the 50-mile garden in the south. With Xie Bulao's cultivation base, he could observe Xiongnan every move. Xiongnan didn't have any intention of leaving. Although he didn't seem to care, he knew that this was the safest place. If Spirit Lord Tu Yumeng wanted to cause trouble, his senior brothers would stop him in time. Qiao Shui, although I know that I have no right to criticize you, I still hope that you will make the same choice as Mu Yu in the future, Feng Haochun said to Qiao Shui. Qiao Shui will remember senior's words. Qiao Shui bowed slightly. Also, I have set up a protective formation in this small courtyard. Cheng Yang will maintain the formation regularly. Don't worry. With this formation, Xie Bulao won't be able to spy on you. I've already warned him not to come over and cause trouble. If you encounter any problems that you can't solve, you can also discuss it with Xie Bulao. He will help you, Feng Haochun said. Everyone nodded. Although Xie Bulao kept saying that he wanted to kill Feng Haochun to prove himself, he was just saying it. There were many people who did not want Feng Haochun to die, and Xie Bulao was definitely one of them. It doesn't matter if you cause trouble. How can my disciple not cause trouble in the cultivation world? However, you have to take care of each other. Cheng Yang and Luo Shong, the 2 of you have to take responsibility as senior brothers, Feng Haochun said with a smile. Feng Haochun said with a smile. His gaze landed on Mu Yu. Clearly, Mu Yu was the one who was most likely to cause trouble. Yes, Master, Cheng Yang and Luo Shong replied. Luo Shong's reply was very reluctant. However, he did fulfill his responsibility as a senior brother. There were many times when he wanted to beat up Mu Yu. However, he endured his anger and pulled Mu Yu out of trouble. I hope someone doesn't keep causing trouble just because he has a senior brother. Luo Shong glanced at Mu Yu. Damn it. He is going too far. Little handsome, bite him for me. Mu Yu gritted his teeth. Being looked down upon by Luo Shong was the most annoying thing for him. He took out Little Handsome from his clothes and was about to throw him at Luo Shong. However, Little Handsome jumped into Feng Haochun's arms. White-bearded old man, I will miss you. Little Handsome pulled Feng Haochun's beard and stretched lazily. You are the only one who makes me worry the most. Feng Haochun never talked about Little Handsome's origin, and Little Handsome didn't know who he was. However, Mu Yu thought that Little Handsome must have some relationship with Phantom. That's right. Every time Mu Yu causes trouble, I have to clean up his ass. He just gives me 1 or 2 drumsticks and sends me away. How heartless, Little Handsome said without blushing. Then, he muttered, at least 4 drumsticks. Damn it, when have I ever starved you? Mu Yu felt that it was very tiring to have a foodie who only liked to gnaw on drumsticks. Regarding the matter of causing trouble, Mu Yu didn't feel guilty at all. Although he had caused the most trouble, he had always remembered his master's teachings. Whether it was for Qiao Shui, releasing the White Ape Demon King, or killing Shi Minghui, he didn't think that he did anything wrong. Mu Yu always did things according to his character. Many things might not be understood by outsiders, and he was even scolded as a traitor of the cultivation world. However, Mu Yu never cared. It was hard to guard against rumors and slanders in the world. It was fine as long as he was happy. And Shu glanced at everyone and said expressionlessly, you can't slack off when it comes to cultivation. And Shu's gaze focused on Xiongnan because Xiongnan was usually the laziest. Xiongnan shuddered when he was stared at. At the same time, he touched his head with an embarrassed smile, not daring to look at Anshu. Yes, Anshu. Even though everyone's cultivation was much higher than Anshu's, they were all well behaved in front of Anshu. Even the cold Luo Shong had to lower his arrogant head in front of Anshu. He didn't dare to offend Anshu, who had a poker face. Although Anshu's cultivation was only in the Jindan period, he still left a shadow in everyone's heart. Some respect had nothing to do with cultivation, but came from the heart. Anshu's position in everyone's hearts was second only to their master. Everyone couldn't help but put away their sloppy attitude when they saw Anshu. Feng Haochen, Anshu, and Qing Mai left the 50-kilometer garden in the south and soon disappeared into the distant horizon. However, on a mountain somewhere in the 50-kilometer garden in the south, a figure shrouded in holy white light was watching Feng Haochen's back. This figure looked extremely sacred, making people involuntarily want to worship him. Are we finally going back to the Moyun mountain range? The figure shrouded in holy white light muttered to himself, Jianying Chen Feng, it won't be that easy for you to recover your cultivation. Your immortal body is mine. Chapter 351. The autumn wind gently swept across the stream, stirring up a trace of water and wetting the withered yellow leaves by the stream. The leaves suddenly split into two halves, cut neatly by an unknown object. The leaves on the trees were still falling. Every leaf looked so casual, but when the leaves fell to the ground, they were all split into two halves. There was a deformed stone on the shore, shaped like a tortoise with 4 limbs and a raised head. However, at this moment, the tortoise's head had fallen to the ground. A man stood on the tortoise's back. The man was dressed in white, his clothes fluttering in the wind. A silver sword hovered in front of him, humming softly. It was a rare good sword. On the ground opposite him stood another man. His blue clothes fluttered in the wind, and he was a young man with a slightly pale face. He held an exquisite flute in his hand. The flute was made of superior Tianshan Phoebe wood, black and white. There was a pendant at the end of the flute, emitting a soft blue light, which attracted people's attention. Some people were sitting or standing around, and all of them were self-cultivators. They were whispering to each other, as if they were discussing something. Many people looked at the two young men with admiration. They were extremely envious that they could stand there and decide the outcome of the battle. The man in white was called Bei Ikeda. He was a disciple of Daoist Huiyang and ranked 92nd on the Supreme Immortal list. Daoist Huiyang was a famous swordsman in the cultivation world. He was born in the Sword-Washing Valley and was once the first genius disciple there. Later, he left the Sword-Washing Valley and established his own sect, Huiyang sect. His Huiyang swordsmanship was superb, and no one dared to underestimate him. He cultivated many outstanding young swordsmen, and the disciples of Huiyang's sect were no worse than those of the Sword-Washing Valley. Bei Ikeda was a disciple of Daoist Huiyang. He had received all his master's teachings, and it was only a matter of time before he surpassed Daoist Huiyang. Bei Ikeda coldly looked at the man in blue in front of him. His flying sword was sharp and dazzling. The moment the two fought, the light was so bright that the onlookers couldn't open their eyes. When the light dissipated, the two stood still. No one knew who won and who lost. Only the leaves were cut into two halves by an invisible spiritual force, but no one knew who did it. A faint bloodstain appeared on Bei Ikeda's flawless white clothes. The bloodstain grew bigger and bigger, gradually dyeing his clothes red. He stared at this unknown blue-clothed man in disbelief. He hadn't expected that he would lose the first time someone challenged him while he was still feeling complacent about being ranked on the Supreme Immortal rankings. Moreover, he had lost so thoroughly. The moment he'd found out that he'd become a member of the Supreme Immortal rankings reverberated in his mind. His master's joy and the reverence of his senior and junior brothers. That was a supreme honor. The young heroes who were able to make the list represented the 99 strongest youths in the third-layer continent. Among the millions of people in the third-layer continent, he had become one of the 99. His future was bright. At that time, he knew that he would become a legend among the younger generation of the 3 continents. He would compete with the other 98 geniuses for the top 9 positions and become an existence that the 8 factions would not dare to underestimate. He was high-spirited and complacent as he walked out of the sect. He intended to look for the others on the Supreme Immortal rankings and defeat them to prove himself. Even when the blue-clothed man came to find him, he didn't put him in his eyes. He thought he could easily get rid of the blue-clothed man. However, he was wrong. He regretted his carelessness. However, it was already too late. His consciousness gradually left his body and dissipated into the air. His body fell straight down and landed heavily on the ground, no longer showing any signs of life. He had lost because of his arrogance. He had lost because he had underestimated the blue-clothed man. A young hero of his generation had died just like that. His path had come to an end. So Bay Akeda was defeated, a middle-aged Daoist priest asked in astonishment. No one would have thought that such a prodigy with outstanding talent and background would die at the hands of an unknown blue-clothed man. The people on the Supreme Immortal rankings had to fight and kill one another in order to become one of the top 9. This was a cruel test. Regardless of whether it was through sneak attacks, assassination, or poisoning, if one didn't have the awareness to protect themselves, then they wouldn't be able to become one of the top 9. One could be defeated by others, or one could cultivate diligently and defeat others. However, if one died, then they were dead. No one would remember them. In order to become one of the top 9, in order to shoulder the heavy responsibility of the 3 continents, one had to find a way to survive. The Supreme Immortal Rankings Board stipulated that those above the age of 40 were not allowed to attack them. However, there were no rules that forbade them from ganging up on others. Powerful people could survive in any environment. This was what the 3 continents wanted. The 3 palaces had set down cruel rules. Only the young people who could control these rules had the right to become one of the top 9. Bay Akeda was dead. He might be the first person to die among the 99 people, but he definitely wouldn't be the last. If one person was missing, then another person would take his place. If one wanted to survive, then one had to be powerful, and one had to treat everything with caution. Being on the rankings board meant supreme glory, but it also meant endless killing intent. The number on the blue-clothed man's back had already changed to 92. He looked at the so-called world-renowned Bay Akeda with disdain. He glanced at the onlookers with a joyful expression. Clearly, he enjoyed the feeling of being the center of attention. Remember, my name is W.N. Tianming. The blue-clothed man, W.N. Tianming, laughed loudly. A sense of pride soared into the sky. He had defeated the 92nd Supreme Immortal and replaced Bay Akeda as a member of the Supreme Immortal Rankings Board. No one knew what would happen in the future, but at this moment, the victory belonged to him. No one knew who W.N. Tianming was. There were so many young geniuses in the 3 continents, and there were always strange and amazing geniuses everywhere. However, this W.N. Tianming had already become one of the 99 Supreme Immortals on the Supreme Immortal Rankings Board. If nothing unexpected happened, his name would soon be remembered by people. The young master of the Stargate, Tian Budi, was currently watching the battle between W.N. Tianming and Bay Akeda. He was the 55th Supreme Immortal. His expression was always gentle and elegant, as if he was not enjoying a fierce battle, but an elegant drama. W.N. Tianming, a good candidate, Tian Budi murmured to himself. 50 Miles Garden in the south, Deadwood Evergreen from the Pill Cauldron sect, Sword Shadow Chen Feng's disciple, Mu Yu, and a Supreme Immortal. The silhouette being organization is really efficient. Now, my plan is complete. He showed a kind smile and kept looking at W.N. Tianming's figure until W.N. Tianming disappeared from everyone's sight. Shadow Sword City. To many people, this was a city with a very memorable meaning. Back then, Shadow Sword Chen Feng had rested here after defeating the 5 spirit lords Yumeng. Therefore, the statue of a true god on the city gate of Shadow Sword City was especially elegant and free. Only for Deadwood, it was a city that he hated to the core. Do you have to wander around here? Deadwood looked at the statue of the true god in disgust. After leaving the 50 Miles Garden in the south and seeing that there was no one around, Deadwood scolded the old man fiercely. The old man also scolded back, and in the end, he triumphantly used his identity as Deadwood's father to suppress Deadwood. Deadwood had been suppressing his anger for a long time. Cut the crap, if you keep yelling, I'll break your legs. The old man impatiently said, the threefold palace suddenly wants me to hurry over, but I can't just leave a bastard like you on the road. I have to come to Shadow Sword City's 100 Herb Hall and find 2 people to escort you back. The Pill Cauldron sect's 100 Herb Hall was opened in many cities on the threefold continent. Their business could be said to be quite big. I can walk on my own, I don't need anyone else. Deadwood angrily said. He couldn't wait to be separated from the old man. You're asking for a beating. In any case, I don't feel at ease letting you go back alone. The old man charged into Shadow Sword City's 100 Herb Hall without any explanation. Without saying a word, he grabbed the 2 out-of-body stage guards of 100 Herb Hall without alerting anyone in 100 Herb Hall. The 2 out-of-body stage guards of 100 Herb Hall were so frightened by the old man's aura that they almost collapsed to the ground. The old man explained everything clearly as fast as he could. When the 2 guards learned of the old man's identity, they immediately patted their chests and solemnly promised that they would safely send Deadwood back to the Pill Cauldron sect. Remember, if Deadwood loses a single hair, I'll hold you responsible. Although the old man always scolded Deadwood, Deadwood was still half a son to him. In addition, Mu Yu had repeatedly instructed him to send Deadwood back, so he didn't dare to underestimate him. Old ancestor, don't worry. Even if we have to sacrifice our lives, we won't let anything happen to Elder Deadwood. The 2 guards trembled as they spoke. Then I'll leave first. The old man was very anxious. If the threefold palace's matters were delayed, he couldn't afford to take responsibility. He had to hurry back as soon as possible. With a flash of white light, a ripple appeared in the air. Then, the old man had already cut through the void and disappeared. Deadwood looked at the old man's disappearing figure and felt an inexplicable sense of irritation in his heart. Why would the threefold palace suddenly summon the old man at this time? Lord Deadwood, can we leave now? The guard respectfully asked. Let's go. Deadwood frowned and dispelled the doubts in his heart. Then, the 2 out-of-body stage guards quickly brought Deadwood back to the Pill Cauldron sect. 2 hours after Deadwood and the others left, Tian Buwai's figure suddenly appeared in the sky above Sword Shadow City. But this time, he was accompanied by another blue-clothed youth. This blue-clothed youth was WN Tianming, who had just defeated Bei Ikeda. WN Tianming looked at Tian Buwai with a trace of fear in his eyes. He no longer had the arrogance he had when he defeated Bei Ikeda. Instead, he looked very flustered. Tian Buwai had a faint smile on his face as a ball of white light appeared in his hand. The ball of white light pulsated in his palm as if it was alive. It was suffused with a strange aura. Why did that mysterious person give me this thing? How did he know that I was looking for Deadwood Evergreen? Tian Buwai fell into deep thought. The white light in his palm kept guiding him, wanting to lead him to a certain place. WN Tianming looked at Tian Buwai in deep thought. He didn't say a word and just waited quietly. Daoist Yuan de left Deadwood Evergreen? Looks like luck is on my side after all. Tian Buwai held the ball of white light and said gently to WN Tianming, don't panic. Our target is only Deadwood Evergreen. Yes. WN Tianming's eyes flashed with an imperceptible fear. He had just witnessed how terrifying the strength of this gentle young master of Stargate was. At this moment, he didn't dare to say anything. He didn't even have the thought of resisting. He could only obediently follow Tian Buwai. Chapter 352. Cheng Yang and the others continued to cultivate in the 50-mile garden in the south. Mu Yu thought that since he had nowhere else to go, he decided to stay as well. It was as if they had returned to Luo Chen Mountain, but without their master and the 2 troublemakers, Kong Kong Miao Miao. There was Luo Shong, who couldn't get along with Mu Yu. Xiao Shui had been living in this small courtyard with everyone for the past few days. The relationship between Mu Yu and Xiao Shui was very subtle. Neither of them mentioned what had happened in the past, but the more it was like this, the more Mu Yu felt sorry for Tian Ran. Sometimes, he would think about Tian Ran's current situation. Had she also entered the out-of-body stage? However, when he thought about how his master would recover in a year, he felt a lot more relaxed. Once his master recovered, Tian Ran would be able to reunite with his master. At that time, it would be impossible for the threefold palace to do anything to them. Under the willow tree in the courtyard, the willow branches with tender buds fell on Mu Yu's shoulders. The aura of life rippled around Mu Yu, wrapping around him. The flowers and plants on the ground gently moved, resonating with Mu Yu's spirit force. Mu Yu had been adapting to the black and white spirit force in his body for the past few days. The spirit force in his body was now divided into two types, one black and one white. The black spirit force had a very terrifying devouring power. It constantly wanted to devour Mu Yu's body, but the white spirit force would always push the black spirit force away, preventing Mu Yu's body from being injured. The black and white spirit forces entangled with each other, using Mu Yu's meridians as a battlefield. However, they maintained a wonderful state, preventing Mu Yu from being injured. At first, Mu Yu was very worried that the black spirit force would go out of control and devour him, turning him into the purest death energy. However, because of the white spirit force, he felt relieved. He began to calm down and cultivate, but today, for some reason, his eyelids kept twitching, and his mind could not calm down. There was an ominous premonition in his heart. He used the dustfall mantra to force himself to calm down, but that strange emotion still bothered him. What happened to you? I can sense some fluctuations in your emotions. Qiao Shue's voice sounded behind Mu Yu. Mu Yu opened his eyes and frowned. Then, he shook his head and said, I don't know. Maybe it's because the weather is so dull that I feel irritated. He raised his head and looked at the sky. The weather was a little gloomy, and the air was very heavy. From time to time, a few dark clouds floated by, and there was a faint rumble of thunder. A storm seemed to be coming. It hasn't rained for many years. Qiao Shui sat opposite Mu Yu and looked at the sky. She then looked at Mu Yu and asked, Do you need my help? Although I don't have the mysterious underworld's love-death ability, I found that I can still calm the emotions of others. Shui Yumeng, Spirit Lord Mysterious Underworld, had the powerful love-death, which could magnify a person's emotions. Being able to magnify meant that it could be suppressed. The love-death ability was to freely control a person's emotions. Now that the mysterious underworld ability in Qiao Shue's body had been sealed, Qiao Shui found that she had the ability to calm the emotions of others. Although this ability was insignificant compared to the love-death. Mu Yu nodded and said, Okay, I'll have to trouble you. Qiao Shui stretched out her slender hand and gently pressed on Mu Yu's chest. Feeling Mu Yu's chest throbbing, a blue brilliance appeared on Qiao Shue's hand and fused into Mu Yu's chest. The brilliance was a little cold, but it made Mu Yu's mind tremble slightly. His agitated heart began to calm down under the cover of the blue brilliance. Aya, Mu Yu, Ru Anna held a grudge against you for touching her breasts for a long time. Will you hold a grudge against Qiao Shui for touching your breasts? Little Handsome popped out of nowhere and asked curiously. Mu Yu's face turned red as he glared at Little Handsome. If you speak again, I might beat you up. Qiao Shui stretched out her other hand and patted Little Handsome's head. Little Handsome, Ying Yu said that they know you and like you very much. Water god Ying Yu was the guardian of the second firmament demon's underground palace. She had been subdued by Qiao Shui. They would only fly in the sky when it rained. When it wasn't raining, they could only stay in the water. Qiao Shui could control water, so the two beautiful creatures always followed her. I told you that many people like me. Call them out. I'll ask them what they like about me. Little Handsome puffed out his chest and wagged his tail. Qiao Shui smiled and said, It looks like it's about to rain. When it rains, they will be able to come out. They are sleeping now, so I won't wake them up. Little Handsome took out a drumstick from somewhere and munched on it happily. There are so many delicious drumsticks. Instead of enjoying them, they only know how to sleep. The two of them are really silly. Mu Yu shook his head slightly. He could never understand the world of gluttons. Qiao Shui hesitated for a moment before saying, Uncle White Ape wants me to return to the demon race in a few days. It seems like something important has happened. I might not be able to follow you to Mist Breath City to inquire about human. What's the matter with that old monkey that's in such a hurry? Mu Yu didn't like Demon King White Ape. This fellow had always been someone who deserved a beating. He was about the same as the old man guarding the pavilion. He didn't have any respect for his elders. I don't know. I'll ask him about the situation tomorrow, said Qiao Shui. Mu Yu pursed his lips and said, okay, tell him to be more sensible and not be too much of a punching bag. Qiao Shui giggled. When Uncle White Ape talks about you, the word he says the most is that you deserve a beating. I didn't expect the two of you to speak in such a similar way. Mu Yu shrugged helplessly. He was just saying it casually. No matter how much Demon King White Ape deserved a beating, he wasn't someone he could afford to provoke. He would just go beat him up when he had the strength. What he didn't tell Qiao Shui was that his heart still hadn't completely calmed down. The irritation that he couldn't get rid of still lingered in his heart. The dark clouds in the sky began to roll, and thunder rumbled. Withered Tree Valley. This place was still filled with poisonous fog and demon beasts. Entering the valley would still be obstructed by the formation. Cultivators below nascent soul stage didn't dare to set foot in the valley. We've been on the road for a day, so let's rest for a while. The valley ahead is where I used to live. Let's stop there, said Withered Tree. Yes, Master Withered Tree, the two out-of-body stage guards said respectfully. The three of them landed on the peak of the valley. The peak of the valley was protected by a formation. Even now, ordinary people couldn't get close to this place. Withered Tree formed a complicated formation pattern with his hands. Then, he said, you two wait for me here. I'll go in for a while and then come back. Yes, Master. Withered Tree stepped out and disappeared into the formation pattern. He came to the front of the celestial demon tree and dug out a dark red crystal from the soil beside the celestial demon tree's roots. This was the blood jade ink crystal, a kind of formation base that contained rich spiritual energy. It was the overall formation base of the entire valley and provided spiritual energy support for all the formations. Withered Tree looked at the blood jade ink crystal and frowned slightly. There's not much spiritual energy left. I don't know how many times I can use the formation. Ever since the old man guarding the pavilion suddenly left, Withered Tree felt that something was wrong. Soon, he felt a very familiar aura acting on his body. The aura was very weak, but it made Withered Tree's mind slightly shocked. It was because he remembered this aura. It was the aura of a formation. It was similar to an index formation that could be used to track a person's position. Who on earth is looking for me? Withered Tree fell into deep thought. Not only was he a poison master, but he was also a top formation master. Ordinary self-cultivators might not be able to detect this aura, but he could clearly feel it. This tracking method is not the dragon-seeking formation. The dragon-seeking formation is a fixed formation. This person is always moving. It seems that he is relying on my original spiritual energy to track me. Who would possess my origin spiritual energy? Original spiritual energy was very rare in the self-cultivation world. It meant that self-cultivators would gather the spiritual energy in their body and then expel it out of their body. Then, they would use a formation to store it. This kind of spiritual energy was usually not very useful. It would only come in handy when setting up some huge formations. Could it be? Kumu's expression changed. I've only used my original spiritual power once, and that was when I set up that formation. There are very few people who can get my original spiritual energy. That bastard Feng Haochen wouldn't get it. Xie Bulao wouldn't come looking for me for nothing. The heavenly array Dao wouldn't get it either. Phantom Qingyu isn't here. So, it can only be him. Kumu made a prompt decision. The spiritual qi around him began to surge, and the blood jade dark crystal appeared in front of him. He swiped his finger, and mysterious inscriptions flowed out from his fingertips and merged into the blood jade dark crystal. The blood jade dark crystal flashed a red light, and then countless array patterns enveloped him and disappeared into his body. After nearly 2 hours, the formation patterns around Withered Tree's body gradually dispersed. The entire valley suddenly trembled. All the illusory formations and defensive formations had turned into nothing. The blood jade crystal was refined into Withered Tree's body as the foundation of the formation. It could no longer maintain the formation of the entire valley. All the formations were damaged and lost their effectiveness. Outside the valley, Two out-of-body stage guards from the 100 Herb Hall heard the commotion and quickly rushed into the valley to look for Withered Tree. Their mission was to protect Withered Tree. This huge commotion was too shocking. It was far from something that the self-cultivators of the Jindan period could create. They thought that someone was attacking Withered Tree in the valley. However, Withered Tree just sat cross-legged under the celestial demon tree without any movement. "Master Withered Tree, are you okay?" one of the guards asked tentatively. Withered Tree didn't answer them. It seemed that he was just cultivating. The two guards didn't dare to disturb Withered Tree. They could only sit down and wait patiently for Withered Tree to recover from his cultivation. However, at this moment, two sharp chi energy rushed towards the two out-of-body stage guards. "Who is it?" The two guards were at the 5th level of out-of-body stage. They reacted quickly and used their magic treasures to block the attack. However, when they looked in the direction of the attack, they found that there was no movement at all. When they wanted to return to Withered Tree, their bodies suddenly froze. The tip of a sword appeared in front of their hearts, and a majestic spiritual energy instantly invaded their bodies, destroying their life force. Bang! Bang! The two out-of-body stage guards of the 100 Herb Hall fell down and became two cold corpses. Tian Buwai appeared in front of Withered Tree with a smile. He didn't care about the two corpses behind him. He didn't even blink. It seemed that killing people was a common thing for him. Chapter 353. The sky was very gloomy and thunder rumbled, but the rain still didn't fall. Because the formation in Withered Tree Valley had disappeared, all the restrictions in the valley had been lifted, and even the poisonous fog had begun to drift out of the valley. The sun shone in, dispelling the white fog, and the rotten smell of the damp valley began to dissipate. At this moment, there were 3 people and 2 corpses in the valley. Wan Tianming was standing not far behind Tian Bushui. He glanced at the 2 5th celestial layer out-of-body realm bodyguards lying on the ground with trepidation. Although these 2 5th layer out-of-body stage bodyguards were self-cultivators over 40 years old and were not extreme immortals, as bodyguards of 100 Herb Hall, how could they be weak? Wan Tianming was only 21 years old, but he was already at the 1st celestial layer of out-of-body realm. No matter how talented he was, it was impossible for him to be a match for these 2 guards. However, the heavens were not on his side. Killing these 2 guards was as easy as killing chickens. He looked at Tian Bushi in horror, then his gaze fell on Withered Tree evergreen under the celestial demon tree. Withered Tree didn't move. He didn't even open his eyes. Tian Bushi raised his eyebrows. The people of the Silhouette Being had already told him that the famous Withered Tree evergreen was only in the Jindan period. There was no doubt about this, so he wasn't afraid of anything. "Elder Withered Tree evergreen, I have something to ask of you." Tian Bushi's tone was very humble. He didn't seem like a self-cultivator who killed without batting an eye. However, Withered Tree still didn't move, nor did he respond to Tian Bushi. Heaven Bu Waits took a step forward. Suddenly, ripples appeared under his feet. It was as if he was stepping on the surface of the water. "Huh!" Tian Bushi looked at Withered Tree in surprise. Then, a brown spirit energy hit Withered Tree, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground. The spirit energy carried cold killing intent and was very fast. Even an out-of-body realm cultivator couldn't block it, let alone a Jindan period cultivator. However, when the spiritual energy hit Kumu's body, it was like a stone thrown into a calm water surface, splashing up water. Then, Kumu's entire body shattered into pieces like a porcelain statue, turning into runes that filled the sky and dissipating in the air. Illusion array? No wonder that mysterious fellow warned me not to underestimate the deadwood evergreen of the Jindan period. It turns out that he is such a powerful array master. Tian Buy praised. His expression was very sincere, as if it came from the bottom of his heart. The real dead tree had already left, and the dead tree in front of him was just an illusion array that he had set up. However, that mysterious fellow already knew that you would use the array formation to escape, so how could he not guard against it? With your cultivation base during the Jindan period, I'm afraid you'll be exhausted after a few tries. The ball of white light in Tian Buwai's hand suddenly turned red. There were countless spots of light swirling within it. Each spot of light seemed to be struggling against each other. If one looked closely, they would discover that the spots of light contained many ferocious faces. They were like vengeful spirits that wanted to charge out. "Wn Tianming, you wait here. I'll go invite Senior Deadwood Evergreen back," Tian Buwai said gently. He turned around without looking at the two corpses and shot up into the sky. Then, the red light in his hand flashed and he disappeared. Yes. Wn Tianming's face suddenly became extremely pale. The void changed and Deadwood appeared in a forest. His face was a little haggard and his chest was heaving up and down. "No, I can't maintain the spiritual energy in my body." Deadwood took the last spirit restoring pill. Using the blood jade black crystal to cast the array formation not only consumed the spiritual energy of the blood jade black crystal, but also consumed a large amount of his own spiritual energy. If it was in his previous cultivation base, this amount of spiritual energy was not worth mentioning. But now, he was only in the Jindan period. It was completely unable to satisfy such a large amount of spiritual energy consumption. The spirit restoring pill could instantly replenish a person's spiritual energy. This also meant that the higher the cultivation base, the more valuable the spirit restoring pill was. For cultivators in the Foundation Establishment and Jindan period to use the spirit restoring pill, it was simply a waste in the eyes of alchemist. If the spiritual energy that could be stored in the out-of-body period was a large water tank, then the spiritual energy stored in the Jindan period was a small bowl. Using the spirit restoring pill could instantly fill a large water tank and a small bowl with spiritual energy. Obviously, the spirit restoring pill was more valuable to the large water tank. However, Deadwood did not care so much at this moment. He had many precious pills on him, all of which were extorted by Mu Yu from other high-level alchemists in the Danding sect. Mu Yu gave most of the pills to Deadwood because in Mu Yu's opinion, Deadwood obviously needed these pills more than he did. Facts proved that Mu Yu was right. That guy should be here soon. I want to see who you are. Deadwood glanced at the forest and panted slightly. He had used up all of his spirit restoring pills, which meant that he had no way to replenish his spiritual energy. Elder Deadwood Evergreen, were you waiting for me? Tian Buwai slowly walked out from behind a tree with a gentle smile on his face. His smile was as warm as the sun. Who are you? Deadwood frowned and his eyes fell on the red light in Tian Buwai's hand. Suddenly, his pupils shrank. The Gate of Hell's soul search technique? Impossible. The Gate of Hell's soul search technique is too weak to find me. You're not from the Gate of Hell. Who are you? The soul search technique was a very evil array. If one wanted to find a person, the soul search technique needed to find another person's soul that had a deep connection with that person as a primer. Just like in the Moyun mountain range, Gui Shenyu used the souls of 49 Jindan period cultivators as a primer. That was because everyone's soul in the Moyun mountain range was closely related to Feng Haochen and was under his control. Deadwood was a very solitary person. There were not many people who had a deep connection with him. It was impossible for there to be so many people who met this condition. Elder misunderstood. I'm not from the Gate of Hell. I just have a small grudge with Senior's disciple, Mu Yu. I would like Senior to help me invite Mu Yu here alone. Heaven Does Not Wait's tone was always so refined and courteous, making it hard for people to dislike him. You want to use me as a bargaining chip to threaten Mu Yu? You're dreaming. Deadwood said coldly. He began to feel anxious because Tian Buwai gave him a very dangerous feeling. In his opinion, Tian Buwai was at least a spirit-severing stage cultivator. He was not afraid of what Tian Buwai would do to him, but he was worried about Mu Yu. Deadwood knew Mu Yu well. He was a silly boy who valued friendship and righteousness. Once he knew something happened to him, he would definitely rush over to save him. However, with Mu Yu's out-of-body fifth-layer cultivation, he had no chance of winning against this young man in front of him. He might even lose his life. When did Mu Yu provoke such a person? Elder Deadwood, if you want to die, I will definitely fulfill your wish, Tian Buwai said with a smile. His smile was very bright, But only those who knew him knew how terrifying this person was. The young gate master of Stargate, a person who even the heavens did not want to see. When he talked to people, he was polite. When he killed people, he always had a smile on his face. Blood jade ink crystal appeared in Deadwood's hand. He said coldly, "Do you really think I am someone who can be taken down so easily? I know that Senior is a very powerful array master, even more powerful than those Yantian array masters of the array faction. However, Senior is no longer the old Deadwood, so I think Senior should not resist." Tian Buwai said with a smile. Array masters had the strongest explosive power among the cultivators. Their fighting strength was amazing, but they had a shortcoming, which was that they relied too much on the array base that contained boundless spiritual energy. The more powerful the array technique, the more spiritual energy it required. Once the spiritual energy of the array base or one's own spiritual energy was exhausted, the array master would lose his powerful fighting strength, and even his life would be in danger. "Is that so?" Deadwood said simply. He was never a person who would wait for death, and he would not allow himself to be a burden to Mu Yu. Deadwood's attainment in array techniques was recognized by Jian Ying and Chen Feng. Even if he lost his cultivation, he could still tamper with the ninth heaven demon sealing array under the eyes of Jian Ying and Chen Feng. How could he be an ordinary person? Chapter 354. The dark clouds were still rolling, but the sky was getting gloomier and gloomier. It even made people feel inexplicably irritated. "Senior, do you really want to fight with me?" Tian Buwai stood in place and did not make the first move. Instead, he waited patiently, as if he wanted to let Ku Mu make the first move. Ku Mu held a 6th-level elixir in his hand. This elixir had a nice name, Metamorphosis. It was the elixir that the old man gave to Mu Yu. Its effect was so incredible that it could raise an ordinary person's cultivation to the out-of-body stage. Even an ordinary person could punch with the power of an out-of-body stage. However, the effect of this elixir could only last for less than a quarter of an hour. Its effect was very short, and the after-effects were very serious. That was, after the effect of the elixir, the person would lose all his cultivation within 7 days. This elixir was the same type as the incomplete elixir of the Danding sect, Morning Death. However, Morning Death was a 7th-level elixir. It could raise a person's cultivation to the divinity stage without a time limit. Unfortunately, the price was death after 7 days. Metamorphosis and Morning Death each had its own advantages. Morning Death was naturally much stronger because it did not have a time limit, but the price was too high. Metamorphosis was relatively acceptable. It only lost one's cultivation for 7 days. However, the effect was too short, not even a quarter of an hour. If one could not defeat his opponent within that time, he would be killed by his opponent. Both elixirs were used for low-level cultivators. Mu Yu disliked the elixir of metamorphosis and asked the old man to change it. However, Ku Mu chose to keep it because he had a better way to use it. The pattern of the 8 trigrams spread out with Ku Mu's body as the center. The blood jade ink crystal emitted a dark red light, and Reiki was constantly flowing into the pattern of the 8 trigrams. Then, Ku Mu's hands quickly turned into inscriptions, drawing a small array in front of him in a mysterious way. The elixir of metamorphosis appeared in the center of the 8 trigrams. Withered would cut his fingertip, and a drop of blood essence floated out and merged with the elixir of metamorphosis. All of a sudden, a powerful vortex gushed out from the formation, turning the metamorphosis pill into a pile of powder. Streams of pure energy immediately poured out from the powder and were all absorbed by the vortex formed by the formation. Then, the vortex slowly stuck to Deadwood's chest, and the aura of the 9th heaven of out-of-body realm suddenly spread out from Deadwood's body. What a powerful array technique! To be able to fuse the elixir into the array technique, even the Xiantian array masters of the array sect are left in the dust. But Senior, do you really think that you can fight me with your out-of-body cultivation? Heaven Buwai asked gently. You talk too much. Ku Mu's killing intent was awe-inspiring. He stretched out his finger and drew the pattern toward the sky. With Tian Bu weight as the center, powerful spiritual power fluctuations suddenly burst out from 5 directions on the ground. Then, 5 powerful beams of light rose into the sky. The power of the 5 beams of light had reached the strength of the spirit-severing stage. The contempt on Tian Bu Weight's face finally disappeared. The aura of the 5 beams of light was so strong that even he felt a tremor from his soul. It seems that Senior Deadwood deliberately stopped here to wait for me. He even set up a trap. How powerful. Tian Bu Weight was surprised. Deadwood hated talking nonsense the most when he fought. People who talked too much usually died quickly, so he was too lazy to explain anything to Tian Bu Weight. However, the 5 beams of light were indeed set up by Deadwood in advance. He knew that with his cultivation during the Jindan period, it was impossible for him to escape. If he couldn't escape, he would have to kill his pursuer, so he planned to fight back directly. The other party wanted to use him to threaten Mu Yu, which was the last thing Deadwood would allow. Tian Bu Weight wanted to fly out of the 5 beams of light, but the 5 beams of light seemed to come alive. Like 5 tentacles, they directly slapped Tian Bu Weight back. A long spear appeared in Tian Bu Weight's hand. The long spear turned into a shadow and stabbed at the 5 tentacles, blocking the tentacles' attack. Stargate's trash. Deadwood narrowed his eyes. He recognized the long spear. It was Stargate's signature treasure, the Star Spear and Star Shield. They were known as the world's strongest spear and shield. If Mu Yu was here, he would definitely recognize them as well. This was because Tian Yun had relied on the Star Spear and Star Shield to fight against Mu Yu in the 2nd layer of heaven. I'm really flattered that Senior can recognize me. Tian Bu Weight smiled. Then Senior, do you still think there's a need to continue fighting? The Star Spear and Star Shield were originally treasures that Stargate's master had given to Tian Bu Weight. He had only temporarily lent them to Tian Yun to protect him. The indestructible Heavenly Astral Spear and the indestructible Heavenly Astral Shield didn't have any contradictory relationship because they would fuse together when they collided. Deadwood didn't want to answer. He knew that since there was a Star Spear, there must be a Star Shield. Even so, Deadwood's expression didn't change. If a self-cultivator thought that the famous Deadwood was useless after losing his cultivation, then he was gravely mistaken. Because he was not only a poison master, but also a formation master who could use formations to perfection. The 5 light pillars twisted and turned into the purest fist and smashed down towards Tian Bu Weight. Senior, how confident are you in breaking through my heavenly star shield with your array technique? And how long can you last as a formation master? Tian Bu Weight asked. Even if Deadwood used the transformation pill, he was still only at the out-of-body stage. Even if his formation skills were so powerful that he could instantly exert the power of a severed spirit stage cultivator, he was still at the out-of-body stage. Tian Bu Weight was also a severed spirit stage cultivator. In addition, he had the indestructible Star Shield, so he thought that he only needed to resist a few rounds of Deadwood's formation attacks. At that time, Deadwood would be equivalent to a turtle in a jar. Deadwood just looked at Tian Bu Weight coldly. He didn't want to say anything unnecessary when fighting because he didn't think it was necessary. 5 exploding pills flew out of Kumu's hand and were surrounded by 5 formation runes. Then, they disintegrated. The powerful medicinal power turned into 5 formation rune vortexes again and merged into the 5 light pillars surrounding Tian Bu. These 5 exploding pills were refined by the old man. Depending on one's cultivation level, the exploding pills would explode with the same level of destructive power. If Deadwood detonated these 5 exploding pills using normal methods, at most, the explosion would only be at the out-of-body stage. However, Deadwood's formation skills had already reached a terrifying level. By relying on the formation, he could completely make the true power of the 7th-level exploding pills explode. 5 7th-level exploding pills meant 5 attacks of a severed spirit stage cultivator. A terrifying aura instantly enveloped Tian Bu Weight. Tian Bu Weight finally showed a dignified and even frightened expression. No matter how powerful he was far from being a match for a severed spirit stage cultivator. The star shield could help him block the lethality of a severed spirit stage cultivator, but the powerful vibration of a severed spirit stage cultivator could completely penetrate the star shield and tear him apart in an instant. He had still underestimated Deadwood Chang-Ching's strength. The light pillar emitted the terrifying pressure of a severed spirit stage cultivator and instantly locked onto Tian Bu Weight's body. The destructive aura blasted towards Tian Bu Weight, as if it could destroy anything present. If this attack landed, Tian Bu Weight would definitely die without a burial place. Tian Bu Weight could not dodge, and there was no way to dodge. A figure covered in a black cloak appeared in the forest. The figure was covered from head to toe, but there was some kind of holy white light that wanted to emit from the black cloak. The aura emitted from his body was very majestic, and it made people feel awe and veneration. He looked at Deadwood's formation skill in the distance and then looked at Tian Bu Weight, who was about to be killed by the formation skill. He snorted slightly. "Stupid and arrogant fellow. I knew something would happen to you. Do you think you can look down on Deadwood Chang-Ching?" Deadwood Chang-Ching's formation skill is not inferior to the Lord's. Even when Deadwood Chang-Ching was only at the severed spirit stage, the Lord did not want to provoke him. "If not for the fact that you are still somewhat useful, I would not have attacked you." Trash. There were 6 most powerful formation masters on the 3 continents. Jian Ying, Chen Feng, Xie Ying, Qing Yu, the guardian of the 3 palaces, the array faction's array Tiandao, and the last one was Deadwood Chang-Ching. Deadwood Chang-Ching's cultivation level was the lowest among the 6, and he was also the youngest. However, he was the one with the most potential. Previously, he was able to secretly tamper with the 9 heavens sealing demon formation in front of Xie Bulao and Jian Ying and Chen Feng. He was also able to fight against Xie Bulao with his cultivation level during the Jindan period. This was enough to show how powerful Deadwood Chang-Ching was. However, because his cultivation level was the lowest and he was usually a loner, he did not reveal anything other than his poison skills. No one in the cultivation world had ever compared him to Jian Ying, Chen Feng, Array Tiandao, and Xie Bulao. He was an existence that was severely underestimated. Others only knew of his ferocious reputation as the Poison King, but they did not know that he was actually a formation master that even the guardian of the 3 palaces was somewhat afraid of. Deadwood had 2 rare treasures, the Blood Jade Black Crystal and the Purple Light Extreme Jade. The Blood Jade Black Crystal was an extremely rare formation base. It contained a huge amount of spiritual energy. Even though there was not much spiritual energy left, under Deadwood's calculations, it was still more than enough to kill Tian Bu Weight. The formation he used was a light combination formation. He did not need to use much of his spiritual energy. He only used the formation to change the way the elixirs were used and perfectly avoided all the flaws of the elixirs. There was no other person in the cultivation world who used elixirs the way he did. This was because it was common knowledge that elixirs were used to consume. Who would have thought that the elixirs in Deadwood's hands could be used to such a powerful effect without consuming them? Deadwood's gaze was cold and murderous. If Tian Bu Weight wanted to harm Mu Yu, he had to kill Tian Bu Weight so that Mu Yu would have one less enemy in the future. Mu Yu was like his child. He would not allow anyone to hurt his child. However, at this moment, his expression suddenly changed. The formation patterns around him suddenly became extremely unstable. Then, a terrifying force hit his feet and shattered all the formation patterns around him. His face turned pale and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His expression suddenly became dispirited. "This aura, it really is from the 3 palaces." Deadwood's face showed a look of resentment. The spiritual energy in his body was instantly sucked out. The huge formation suddenly disintegrated. His whole body shook twice and fell to the ground. He only had the cultivation of the Jindan period. When he was focused on facing Tian Bu Weight, he could not block the spiritual energy of the sneak attack. He did not expect the people of the 3 palaces to be so despicable and secretly attack him. Originally, he could rely on the elixirs and powerful formation to kill Tian Bu Weight. However, the people of the 3 palaces secretly attacked and seriously injured him, destroying his plan. Deadwood's consciousness became a little blurry. He saw that Tian Buwait had broken free from the formation and was walking towards him. He put away the blood jade ink crystal with difficulty. He was worried that he did not kill Tian Buwait because Tian Buwait would use him to threaten Mu Yu. He was afraid that Mu Yu would be in danger. Chapter 355. The dark clouds in the sky were still floating, but the rain couldn't fall. The storm before made everything seem so dull. A graceful woman appeared in the forest. This woman was very enchanting. She was the evil sect's Jade Maiden, WNWN. At this moment, WNWN was frowning and looking for something with her head lowered. She came to a messy place and the surrounding trees had been razed to the ground. It was clear that a fierce battle had just taken place here. WNWN squatted down and her hand emitted a pink spirit force. She swept it across the leaves and was shocked. "This is Uncle's blood." WAN straightened up. She couldn't forget Deadwood and had nothing to do these days, so she followed Deadwood's aura everywhere. She didn't expect to find traces of Deadwood's blood here. WNWN was a member of the evil faction, and evil faction members had their own unique way of tracking auras. Especially since WNWN often touched the dead tree, she had already infiltrated her aura into the dead tree without anyone noticing. That was why she could follow the dead tree's aura and find this place. "Uncle, don't let anything happen to you. I haven't caught you yet." WAN was very angry. "Which bastard dared to hurt my uncle?" WAN had an uncle complex. Although she was an evil sect member and many things were difficult for people to accept, she dared to love and hate. She was never afraid of trouble and would stick to what she set her mind on. She reached out her hand and pink spirit force spread out with her as the center. Then she jumped onto a tree and headed toward Deadwood Valley. It only took WAN a quarter of an hour to reach this forest. WAN landed in the valley and saw the unconscious Deadwood lying under the celestial demon tree. Then her gaze fell on the two people in front of her. "Miss WAN, I've heard a lot about you." Heaven Doesn't Wait smiled. He wasn't surprised by WN's arrival and seemed to have been waiting for a long time. When WN Tianming saw WAN, his face became even paler. WN's eyes focused and anger appeared on her face as she shouted, "Heaven doesn't wait, so you've been spying on Deadwood. I'm warning you, Deadwood is someone I want. Hurry up and let him go, or else I won't be polite to you." Heaven Doesn't Wait shook his head. "Miss WN, I don't want to cause trouble, but you came at the right time. I need you to help me send a message." "Send a message? Wait until I kill you." WN couldn't care less about her identity as the young master of Stargate. People from the evil faction were never afraid of anyone. More than 1 or 2 people from the 8 gates had died in her hands. She let out a delicate shout, and her figure rushed towards the sky without hesitation. Mu Yu felt depressed. He had a feeling that something was about to happen. He didn't know why, but he always inexplicably thought of the dead tree. Although the dead tree left with the old man guarding the pavilion, he still felt uneasy in his heart. The dark clouds in the sky had gathered for a day and a night, but there was still no rain. The next morning, Mu Yu woke up very early. He didn't sleep the whole night. That feeling still lingered in his heart. Bang! 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 The door of the small courtyard was suddenly knocked on by someone. The person outside seemed to have something urgent and wanted to rush in. Feng Haochen had set up an array formation in the courtyard. Other than Mu Yu and the others, no one else could barge in. Early in the morning, Lan Ling was breathing in the courtyard and was interrupted by the knocking on the door. She frowned slightly. She didn't understand who would knock on the door so early. Although she was very unwilling, Lan Ling still walked over and opened the door. WAN rushed in hurriedly. "Where's Mu Yu? I'm looking for him. It's about the dead tree." The first thing WAN said when she came in was to look for Mu Yu. "Mu Yu, someone's looking for you," Lan Ling shouted. The people in this courtyard didn't know whether to welcome or reject people from the evil faction. Lan Ling knew WN's identity, and WN also knew the identity of everyone in this courtyard. However, they didn't have much contact before. WN, you're late. The old man has already gone to the Danding sect. Mu Yu shook his head slightly. This WN was really persistent. He always thought that WN was just teasing Dead Tree when she said she liked him. He didn't expect her to come looking for him now. WN said seriously, I already knew that Dead Tree went back to the Danding sect with the people of 100 Herb Hall, but he can't go back now. Mu Yu frowned. He can't go back? What do you mean? Did you kidnap him? Then he thought that something was wrong. Dead Tree went with Yuan de Daoist. Would WN dare to court death under the eyes of a crossing calamity stage rank 8 alchemist? WN snorted and said, I originally planned to do so. Let me tell you, Yuan de Daoist seemed to have something to do halfway and left Dead Tree. The 2 people who escorted Dead Tree back were killed by Heaven Won't Wait. What kind of grudge do you have with Heaven Won't Wait? Why did Heaven Won't Wait kidnap Uncle Dead Tree to threaten you? Heaven Won't Wait kidnap Old Man Dead Tree? Who is Heaven Won't Wait? Mu Yu's heart suddenly tightened. He had never heard of anyone who was Heaven Won't Wait, and he didn't understand when he had provoked such a person. But this person's surname was Heaven. Could he be someone from Stargate? Heaven Won't Wait is the young gate master of Stargate. I remember now. I heard that you crippled Heaven Won't Wait's younger brother, Tian Yun. It must be because of this matter that Uncle Dead Tree was involved. Let me tell you, Uncle Dead Tree's situation is very bad. Heaven Won't Wait seriously injured him. WN glared fiercely at Mu Yu. Seriously injured? Where is Old Man Dead Tree now? When Mu Yu heard about Dead Tree's injury, blood rushed to his brain. When he was at Pill Cauldron sect, Dead Tree was implicated because of his matter and was almost killed by Shu Ziyi. This matter had made him feel guilty until now. He didn't expect that Dead Tree would be injured again because of his matter. I followed Uncle all the way to the valley where Dead Tree used to live and met Heaven Won't Wait. Originally, I wanted to save Uncle directly, but unfortunately, I wasn't Heaven Won't Wait's opponent. In short, he asked me to bring you a message. If you want to save Dead Tree, you need to go to the valley alone. Wan's expression was very serious. Although she wasn't injured in the fight with Heaven Won't Wait, she didn't gain any advantage either. WN was the Jade Maiden of the evil sect. Her cultivation might not be as good as Shimon Wuji's, but it was definitely not ordinary. However, WN wasn't Heaven Won't Wait's opponent either. Without another word, Mu Yu turned around and rushed out the door. However, Luo Shong's figure suddenly appeared beside Mu Yu and grabbed Mu Yu's hand, stopping him. You can't go alone. Let go of me, Mu Yu said coldly. Luo Shong frowned. Even WN can't beat someone. If you go alone, you'll just be throwing your life away. Let go of me, Mu Yu repeated. I know Dead Tree is very important to you, but we need to think about this matter at length. Although I've never heard of Heaven Won't Wait, he's the young gate master of Stargate. How can you deal with him? Luo Shong was still tightly holding on to Mu Yu. Then he snorted and said, if you want to go, I'll be the one accompanying you. Mu Yu raised her head and looked at her second senior brother. Although the 2 of them basically didn't say anything good to each other, and from time to time they would ridicule each other, Luo Shong would always reluctantly help her at critical moments. What you want to do has nothing to do with me, but Master won't let you die, so you can't die, Luo Shong said simply. However, WN said, Heaven Won't Wait said that only Mu Yu is allowed to go. If anyone else appears within 50 kilometers of the valley, then Uncle Dead Tree's life won't be saved. Cheng Yang and the others also rushed over and asked about the situation. As the eldest senior brother, he wouldn't allow Mu Yu to take the risk alone. WN, can you ask your master, Senior Xie Bu, for help? Senior Dead Tree and Senior Xie Bu know each other, so he should be able to save Senior Dead Tree, Cheng Yang said after pondering for a while. WAN shook her head. My master isn't in the 50-mile garden in the south. He's worried that Jian Ying and Chen Feng would be kidnapped by the people from the third palace, So he followed your master. Xie Biyu had always been dissatisfied with Feng Haochen's actions, but no matter how dissatisfied he was, he still had a friendship with Feng Haochen for thousands of years. He knew that Feng Haochen might be targeted by the people from the Third Palace before entering the Moyun mountain range, but he didn't want to lose face in front of Feng Haochen, so he was secretly very unwilling to protect Feng Haochen. Everyone looked at each other. They didn't know this. Mu Yu pursed his lips and then shook his head. I can't drag this on any longer. This was caused by me alone, and I don't want Dead Tree to always bear the consequences for me. Also, he clenched his fists, and a faint black and white light flashed in his eyes. Dead Tree is very important to me. He's as important as my father. Mu Yu's voice was very firm, and his face was full of determination and trust. It was an unprecedented affirmation. It should have been a natural fact, but it made everyone slightly stunned. They had never seen Mu Yu with such an expression. In their impression, Mu Yu had always been a carefree little brother who liked to joke around and cause trouble. He was like a child who would never grow up and would be scolded by Dead Tree for no reason. But today, this little brother seemed to have become very different. It was as if there was an indescribable flame burning in his body, and people couldn't bear to extinguish it. A strange light flashed in Luo Shong's eyes. He silently let go of Mu Yu's arm. Everyone had people who were worth risking their lives to protect, just like Feng Haochen, who was willing to sacrifice his cultivation to protect the people of the 3 continents. Dead Tree chose to save his love rival Feng Haochen so that the person he liked wouldn't suffer. Tian Ran chose to block that fatal sword strike so that her father wouldn't be killed by Gui Shenyu. Luo Shong also had one. When he left Luochen Mountain and Moyun Mountain Range, it was because he was controlled by Spirit Lord Hu Yuming and hurt Lan Ling when he lost control. In order not to hurt anyone in Luochen Mountain, he resolutely chose to leave. If Dead Tree was really so important to Mu Yu, then Luo Shong wouldn't stop him. Xiao Shui walked to Mu Yu's side and pressed her hand on Mu Yu's throbbing chest again. A blue brilliance entered Mu Yu's body, and then she said softly, I know the importance of family. You have to be careful. We'll be waiting for you outside. If anything happens, break this ice and I'll know. The ice crystal flashing with blue light attached to Mu Yu's chest, calming Mu Yu's restless heart. Mu Yu looked at Xiao Shui's pure eyes, then turned and walked toward the door. Chapter 356. Mu Yu's heart had never been so heavy. He thought that Kumu would not be in danger if he went back with Danding sect. No one dared to provoke the people of Danding School on the 3 continents. Although the old man had urgent matters to deal with, he still sent 2 guards in the 9th level of out-of-body realm to escort the Dead Tree. This should have been a foolproof plan, but why did something go wrong? The old man said that Kumu and himself were now the key targets of Danding sect's protection. Yundan Daoist forbade Shideng Tian to attack Kumu. With Yundan Daoist's prestige, Shideng Tian did not dare to disobey. However, Mu Yu always neglected one thing. He forgot that if something happened to Kumu outside, no one would do anything to Shideng Tian. Shideng Tian was Tianyun's grandfather, and Tian Bushi was Tianyun's half-brother. Shideng Tian would definitely ask Tian Bushi to help. Mu Yu left the southern 50-mile garden alone. He did not know what Tian Bushi would do, but he had to keep the appointment. He must save Kumu, even if he had to sacrifice his life. The sky was still a little gloomy. The thunder rolled for 2 days, but the rain had not fallen. Mu Yu rushed madly. His speed had been increased to the limit. He even took 7 or 8 6th-level elixirs, wind-resisting elixirs. His speed was not inferior to that of a divinity stage cultivator. The mountains and rivers under his feet had turned into shadows and were constantly retreating. He operated his spiritual power to the peak, for fear that something would happen to Kumu if he was a step late. With the help of the wind-resisting elixir, he rushed from the southern 50-mile garden to the Kumu Valley in less than 8 hours. This terrifying speed was really shocking. He stepped directly into the valley and landed in front of the celestial demon tree. The celestial demon tree had lost its former vigor. The ground was full of broken branches and leaves. It wanted to attack Tian Bushi, but how could it be Tian Bushi's opponent? At this moment, there were two people standing under the celestial demon tree. One was a gentle and elegant young man. He looked gentle and weak, but the faint aura on his body told Mu Yu that his cultivation was at the spirit-severing stage. The other young man was dressed in blue. His face was slightly pale, and his aura was slightly weaker than Mu Yu's. He was the Extreme Immortal ranked 92nd on the Supreme Immortal leaderboard, Wan Tianming. The last one was the dead tree. Ku Mu sat down with his back against the celestial demon tree with a pale face. There was still a trace of blood on his chest, and his aura was very weak. However, when the dead tree saw Mu Yu, he didn't even move. He didn't even open his mouth to speak. He only looked at Mu Yu anxiously. The thing he didn't want to see the most had happened. In the end, Mu Yu still came. Jian Ying, Chen Feng's disciple, I've heard a lot about you. I am Tian Buy, Tian Yun's big brother. I believe you know Tian Yun, right? The cultured and refined Tian Buy said. When Mu Yu saw Ku Mu's heavily injured appearance, he clenched his fists. I don't care if Tian Buy or Earth Buy, if you want revenge, then go ahead. I'll take responsibility for my own actions. Are all people from Stargate so shameless? Mu Yu shouted. Tian Buy smiled. His smile was so gentle that it was hard to dislike it. I'm only here to seek justice for my brother. I don't plan to hurt Elder Ku Mu. Tian Buy snapped his fingers. Ku Mu could suddenly speak again. He said urgently and weakly, Mu Yu, leave quickly, he's the young master of Stargate. You're not his opponent. I was forced to take a slave pill. I can't disobey his orders. Elder Ku Mu, you talk too much. Tian Buy smiled and shook his head. Ku Mu suddenly closed his mouth. Slave pill. Slave pill again. There weren't many slave pills in the cultivation world, but those who were interested could still get their hands on them. Tian Buy's slave pill was naturally secretly made by Shi Dengtian and given to him. In reality, the older generation of the Danding sect knew how to make slave pills, but they didn't dare to make them openly. Jian Ying and Chen Feng invented slave pills to end the war between human and the human race. However, there were always a lot of crooked melons and sour dates among the human race who used them against their own people. Mu Yu clenched his fists. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. I was the one who crippled Tian Yun. If you want revenge, come at me. Mu Yu's heart seemed to have been ignited by a flame. He couldn't wait to pour out his anger and pour it out on the person in front of him who had a disgusting, hypocritical smile. Tian Buy smiled. Although Tian Yun is sloppy and doesn't do proper work, he's still my brother. We have a good relationship. You crippled him, so you should pay the price. You're a severed soul stage cultivator and you still need to threaten to kill me? Mu Yu really wanted to tear apart that disgusting smile. Tian Buy shook his head. I don't rely on threats. I'm not going to kill anyone today. I'm just going to watch someone else kill. What do you mean? Mu Yu's gaze fell on the other youth beside Tian Buy. Watch someone else kill? Let me introduce you. This is Wan Tianming, ranked 92 on the Extreme Immortal ranking. Tian Buy nodded at Wan Tianming. Wan Tianming's face suddenly became extremely pale. His eyes became very flustered. Mu Yu frowned and said, Do you think Wan Tianming can kill me? Or do you want to watch me kill Wan Tianming? Tian Buy smiled. He turned his head and asked, Wan Tianming, do you have the confidence to kill Mu Yu? Wan Tianming lowered his head. He didn't dare to look at Tian Buy and said in fear, replying, Master, subordinate doesn't have the confidence. How do you know if you don't try? If you lose so easily, you won't be able to defeat someone ranked higher on the Extreme Immortal ranking. Then it's useless for you to follow me, Tian Buy said kindly. Wan Tianming's face suddenly became filled with endless fear. He knelt down at Tian Buy's feet and said slowly, Forgive me, Master. Subordinate deserves to die. Please forgive me, Master. You shouldn't be begging me for mercy. You should be begging Elder Dead Tree for mercy. Tian Buy pointed at Dead Tree and reminded. Wan Tianming crawled and rolled in front of Dead Tree. He kept kowtowing, "Elder Dead Tree, please forgive me. What's going on?" Mu Yu looked at all of this in confusion. He didn't know what Tian Buy was doing. Wn Tianming must have also taken a slave pill. That's why he was so obedient to Tian Buy's orders. However, Mu Yu still didn't understand. Wn Tianming was a person on the extreme immortal ranking. He had extraordinary potential. He didn't have any interactions with Dead Tree. Why would he beg Dead Tree to spare his life? "Raise your head," Dead Tree said weakly. His eyes showed that he didn't want to say this at all. Wn Tianming raised his head in horror and looked at Dead Tree. However, at this moment, Dead Tree suddenly pulled out a flying sword. As if using the last of his strength, he stabbed the sword into Wn Tianming's throat and pulled it out. Wn Tianming covered his throat in disbelief. He wanted to say something, but blood kept pouring out from his throat and flowed down his fingers. His words were drowned out by the gurgling sound. Dead Tree's cultivation was only in the Jindan period. The process of him pulling out the sword and stabbing it was so slow in Wn Tianming's eyes. If it was a normal out-of-body stage Wn Tianming facing Dead Tree in the Jindan period, he would be able to kill Dead Tree with his spiritual power. However, in the face of this certain death, he didn't dodge. He couldn't dodge. He could only watch as Dead Tree stabbed the sword into his throat. Dead Tree raised his hand and slashed again, directly cutting off Wn Tianming's head. Blood splattered everywhere. Wn Tianming's head rolled a few times on the ground and finally rolled to Mu Yu's feet. His eyes were wide open, filled with anger and unwillingness. Even in death, he couldn't believe that he, a dignified out-of-body stage extreme immortal, had died in the hands of Dead Tree in the Jindan period. He died so cowardly that he didn't even have any thoughts of resistance. Another extreme immortal had died. Dead Tree closed his eyes. His body was trembling slightly. Everything was controlled by the slave pill. He didn't want to kill this person. Why did Heaven Not Waiting control Dead Tree to kill Wn Tianming? Mu Yu was shocked by Wn Tianming's death. He thought that Heaven Not Waiting wanted to use Wn Tianming to deal with him. However, the direction of the situation was a little strange. What was Heaven Not Waiting's purpose? If Heaven Not Waiting had a grudge against Wn Tianming, he could have killed Wn Tianming himself. Why did he have to use Dead Tree? Could it be? Mu Yu suddenly froze. He suddenly remembered the rules of the Extreme Immortal Leaderboard. People above the age of 40 were not allowed to attack Extreme Immortals. Violators would have to pay with their lives. This was to ensure that the Extreme Immortal Leaderboard was fair and impartial. It wouldn't be manipulated by the older generation and create unfair rankings. Dead Tree was already over 40 years old. Wn Tianming was also an Extreme Immortal on the Extreme Immortal Leaderboard. Dead Tree killed Wn Tianming, which was a great taboo of the Threefold Palace. This is really an interesting killing. People who don't dare to challenge the strong don't deserve to live in this world. Wn Tianming didn't dare to challenge you, but Senior Dead Tree, who was only in the Jindan stage, killed Wn Tianming, who was in the out-of-body stage. Isn't this the perfect example of the weak defeating the strong? Mu Yu, there are countless examples of the weak defeating the strong in the cultivation world. As one of your masters, Senior Dead Tree naturally has this quality. What do you think? Heaven Not Waiting spoke as if he was narrating the killing. His tone was very calm. He didn't even blink when Wn Tianming's head rolled. "You bastard!" Mu Yu roared. He stomped his foot and his body flew toward Heaven Not Waiting. However, Heaven Not Waiting only waved his hand and a huge force swept toward Mu Yu. Mu Yu raised his shadow-splitting sword and blocked the huge force. However, he still flew back more than 10 meters before he could stabilize himself. The Severed Soul stage Heaven Not Waiting wasn't a weak alchemist like Shi Dengtian. He was a real Severed Soul stage cultivator. He was completely different from Mu Yu, who was in the out-of-body stage. Heaven Not Waiting said gently, "You're not my opponent right now. It's easy for me to kill you. However, if I want to kill someone, I won't let him die so easily. I want him to understand that I'll let him taste the same pain for those who hurt my Stargate. By the way, Let me remind you that Senior Dead Tree killed an extreme immortal on the extreme immortal ranking and broke the rules of the third layer palace. Soon, the third layer palace will come looking for him. Mu Yu felt like he had fallen into an ice cellar. The third layer palace, as the ruler of the cultivation world of the third layer continent, it was easy for them to kill someone who broke the rules. Mu Yu was only in the out-of-body stage. How could he protect Dead Tree? Senior Dead Tree, we won't meet again. You are an elder of the Pill Cauldron sect. My heavenly starry sect has nothing to do with what is about to happen to you. Wan Tianming's death has nothing to do with me. I am only a bystander in today's matter. Take care of yourself. Fellow Daoist Mu Yu, I'll wait for you to take care of Senior Dead Tree's funeral. Then you can come and take revenge on me. A trace of arrogance and pride appeared in Heaven Not Waiting's gentle eyes. He didn't want to kill Mu Yu so quickly because killing someone was not as satisfying as humiliating someone. If you don't kill me today, I'll definitely kill you in the future. Mu Yu's eyes were burning with anger. There's no point in killing you here because no one saw that I killed a true God's disciple. I'll wait for you to come and kill you in front of everyone. I'll let everyone see that the so-called true God's disciple is nothing in front of me. Remember, I'm called Heaven Not Waiting. Even the heavens don't want to see me. Heaven Not Waiting faintly smiled and soared into the sky, disappearing from the valley. Dead Tree was able to move. His face was a bit pale as he stared blankly at the dead Wan Tianming on the ground. It didn't matter who killed an extreme immortal, but it couldn't be killed by a cultivator over 40 years old. Otherwise, the third layer palace would definitely punish this person severely. Heaven Not Waiting could have killed Dead Tree with his own hands, but Dead Tree was an elder of the Pill Cauldron sect. The Pill Cauldron sect had a transcendent status. If they rashly offended the Pill Cauldron sect, even Stargate wouldn't be willing to accept the consequences. However, if the third layer palace killed Dead Tree, things would be different. If the Pill Cauldron sect wanted to take revenge, they could only go to the third layer palace. Chapter 357. Dark clouds still covered the sky and the thunder became louder and louder. The valley was silent and only the river water was flowing gently. Bubbles would appear in the water from time to time as if some demon beast was about to climb out. However, nothing happened for a long time. The heavenly demon tree had lost its ability to attack. Tian Bu weights had already destroyed it. The ground was stained with blood and Wan Tianming's headless neck was still bleeding. The blood flowed into the river and dyed the water red. It was a ghastly sight. At this moment, the rune on the back of Wan Tianming's hand suddenly lit up and turned into a ray of light that rushed into the sky and disappeared. When the Extreme Immortal symbol returned to the Extreme Immortal monument, it meant that the Extreme Immortal had died. Whoever killed the Extreme Immortal would be displayed on the monument and known to the world. The news of Ku Mu killing Wan Tianming would probably spread throughout the cultivation world within a few hours. This was because there were always many people who had nothing to do waiting by the side of the Supreme Immortal Steely to see the latest changes in the Supreme Immortal ranking. Old man, we have to leave this place quickly. Mu Yu didn't chase after Tian Bu weights and he couldn't because Ku Mu's matter was more important. Ku Mu had committed a great taboo of the Threefold Palace. Mu Yu had to find a way to help Ku Mu escape from the Threefold Palace's pursuit. Ku Mu shook his head and sighed softly. No need, it's already too late. I killed the Extreme Immortal and the Threefold Palace already knows my whereabouts. They will send in forces to kill me. He knew more about the Threefold Palace's methods than Mu Yu. He even knew that the Threefold Palace's people were helping Tian Bu weights. No. I won't let anyone hurt you. Mu Yu was never a person who gave up easily. He forced himself to calm down. Ku Mu was heavily injured and only Mu Yu could escape with him. He had to find a place where the Threefold Palace couldn't reach and hide Ku Mu. You can't stop him. If the Threefold Palace wants to kill someone, no one in the Threefold Continent can escape except for people with monstrous strength like Feng Haochen. Ku Mu coughed heavily and his chest heaved up and down. Even his breathing became rapid. There must be another way. No matter what, I won't watch you get killed by the people from the third palace, Mu Yu said stubbornly. The spiritual energy in his hand surged into Dead Tree's body, stabilizing his injuries. However, the dead tree pushed away Mu Yu's hand. Don't waste your spiritual power. I can't escape. I said I won't give up. I can prove to the Threefold Palace that you didn't kill Wn Tianming. The Threefold Palace won't do anything to you. I can't let anything happen to you. Mu Yu looked around anxiously. He looked at the withered tree and felt a sharp pain in his heart. He wanted to hide with the dead tree, but with the power of the third palace, it was useless no matter where they hid. Kumu shook his head. Don't think too much. It's the Threefold Palace Array Guardian who wants me dead. Tian Biyu can't wait is just a chess piece in their hands. When I helped Feng Haochen build the Heaven and Earth formation to trap immortals, I had already guessed that this would happen. Alas. What? Mu Yu was shocked. He never knew that the powerful Heaven and Earth formation was built by the dead tree. You have to rely on yourself in the future. Before you reach the spirit severing stage, promise me that you won't take revenge on Tian Biyu can't wait. Do you understand? The dead tree had already accepted death. He tried to calm Mu Yu down, but Mu Yu couldn't calm down at all. Why does the Threefold Palace want you dead? Mu Yu asked in shock. He always thought the Threefold Palace only wanted his master Feng Haochen dead. However, how could the dead tree of the Jindan period be a thorn in the Threefold Palace's side? The person in the Threefold Palace has been waiting for Feng Haochen to be swallowed by the immortal trap prison. Then, he would take Feng Haochen's immortal body. I unintentionally became his stumbling block. Because I helped you find the Hades grass and I happen to be familiar with the immortal trap prison, in their eyes, I must die. Kumu sighed. There were many things that he and Feng Haochen didn't tell Mu Yu. They felt that Mu Yu shouldn't know these things before he had the ability to protect himself. I don't understand. Even if you helped Master set up the immortal trap prison, why does the Threefold Palace want to kill you? You're only at the Jindan period. What can you stop them from doing? Mu Yu didn't understand. Kumu looked at Mu Yu and laughed self-deprecatingly. You're looking down on me again. Actually, my formation skills are quite powerful. The person in charge of the Threefold Palace is also a formation master, but his formation skills are not as good as mine. With me around, it's very difficult for him to do anything to the immortal trap prison. He knows that I will continue to obstruct his plan, so he doesn't want me to continue living. He had thought about all this when the person in the Threefold Palace attacked him. But now, he had no cultivation and couldn't use the formation to protect himself. Mu Yu listened to all this in a daze. He didn't know what to do. I won't let anything happen to you. Moyun Mountain Range. Yes. Moyun Mountain Range. Master will protect you. Mu Yu shook his head stubbornly. He left the valley with Kumu and headed in the direction of the Moyun Mountain Range without any explanation. He had already thought of how to deal with Kumu. As long as Kumu entered the Moyun Mountain Range and stayed by Master's side, with the restriction of the immortal trap prison, the Threefold Palace couldn't do anything to him. It's too late. With your speed, it will take at least 5 days to reach the Moyun Mountain Range from here. The Moyun Mountain Range is too far from here. 5 days is enough for the Threefold Palace to find me, Kumu said. I can speed up. I have the wind resistance elixir. Mu Yu grabbed a few wind resistance elixirs and stuffed them into his mouth. In fact, his heart was already half cold. He knew that even with the wind resistance elixir, it would take 3 days to reach the Moyun Mountain Range. 3 days was still too long. Listen to me. Stop. Are you not going to listen to Master's words? Kumu shouted loudly. His voice shook Mu Yu's mind and cleared up a little. Mu Yu stopped and looked at Kumu. His heart was in a mess, but he didn't know what he should do. Kumu's words had never been so serious before. This made Mu Yu feel a burst of fear. The uneasiness in his heart grew stronger and stronger. He even felt some terrifying fluctuations slowly forming around him. His coming. I can feel the aura of the law enforcers from the Threefold Palace. We can't escape. Be careful. Don't be rash. His target is me. Don't let anything happen to you. Kumu stretched out his hand. The back of his hand had been branded with an Extreme Immortals brand. However, this brand was different from Mu Yu's. This brand was flickering with a blazing red light. The back of Kumu's hand was actually burned. When Kumu killed WN Tianming, the Extreme Immortals mark on WN Tianming's arm had already branded the back of Kumu's hand with this brand. A crack appeared in the void in front of them. It was as if someone had forcibly torn the void apart. A white light shot out from the crack and gradually turned into a human figure. This human figure was emitting a sacred light from head to toe. Only a stiff human face could be seen. His eyes were filled with a sacred white light. It was as if he could see through everyone's heart as he stared at Kumu. Kumu Changqing, you have killed the 92nd Extreme Immortal. You have violated the rules of the Extreme Immortal ranking. In the name of the Guardian of the Threefold Palace, the result of your trial is death penalty. The white figure said expressionlessly. His voice did not carry any human emotions. It was as if he was a walking corpse. However, his entire person was so solemn that it made people feel reverence. This was the enforcer of the Threefold Palace. Who would have thought that he would come so quickly? Kumu stared at the enforcer of the Threefold Palace. He understood that it was not that the enforcer had come so quickly. It was that the enforcer had been waiting for a long time to kill him. It was Tian Biyu waiting who used the slave pill to control him. He did not intend to kill WN Tianming. Mu Yu shouted angrily as he shielded Kumu behind his back. The person in front of him was the enforcer of the Threefold Palace. The aura of the enforcer made Mu Yu tremble. He did not have the slightest thought of resisting. However, he could not retreat. Otherwise, Kumu would die. WN Tianming was killed by Kumu Changqing. Kumu Changqing broke the rules and had to pay the price. This is the dignity of the Threefold Palace. No one is allowed to challenge it. The enforcer said coldly. Could it be that the Threefold Palace does not distinguish between right and wrong? Without investigating the truth, they directly disregard human life. Mu Yu roared. WN Tianming was killed by Kumu Changqing. Kumu Changqing broke the rules and had to pay the price. This is the dignity of the Threefold Palace. No one is allowed to challenge it. The enforcer repeated again. I have already said that WN Tianming was killed by Tian Biyu waiting. He was not killed by Kumu Changqing. Are you enforcers so indiscriminate? Have you not thought about how a Jindan period cultivator like Kumu could kill an out-of-body stage extreme immortal? Mu Yu looked at the enforcer in front of him. The holy aura of the enforcer was more unfathomable than anyone he had ever seen. Even the old man guarding the pavilion who had entered the crossing calamity stage did not give him such an oppressive feeling. This was the most terrifying person he had ever seen. In front of this person, he was just a drop in the ocean, insignificant. WN Tianming was killed by Kumu Changqing. Kumu Changqing broke the rules and had to pay the price. This is the dignity of the Threefold Palace. No one is allowed to challenge it. The enforcer repeated for the third time. Mu Yu understood that no matter how he explained, it would be useless. The Threefold Palace had found an excuse to kill Kumu. How could Mu Yu's words shake their determination to kill Kumu? The enforcer had already stretched out his index finger and pointed at Mu Yu. WN Tianming was killed by Kumu Changqing. Kumu Changqing broke the rules and had to pay the price. This is the dignity of the Threefold Palace. No one is allowed to challenge it. A ray of holy white light that was mixed with violent killing intent shot out from his index finger. Like lightning, it shot towards Mu Yu's chest. Mu Yu's heart skipped a beat. He lowered his head and looked at his chest. The terrifying white light shot through his body. Endless killing intent splashed out in the white light. However, Mu Yu didn't feel any pain at all. Kumu, who was behind him, shook violently. The white light pierced through Mu Yu's chest and also through Kumu's chest. It didn't hurt Mu Yu, but it hurt Kumu. No. Mu Yu roared. He quickly turned around. The white light didn't hinder him at all, but dark red blood flowed down Kumu's chest. Kumu's face instantly became extremely pale. Boundless vitality was flowing out of Kumu's body. The dead tree fell down and fell into Muyu's arms. No. 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 Old master, old master. Muyu frantically covered Kumu's wound. The killing white light was like a flame that destroyed Kumu's entire heart. It was completely destroyed, leaving no trace behind. Fresh blood gushed out from the large hole in his chest. Little handsome, little handsome, little handsome. Save him, save him. Muyu shouted. He frantically transferred his vitality into Kumu's body. However, he was horrified to find that his vitality was like a stone sinking into the sea. Kumu's meridians were all cut off. Little Handsome silently looked at Kumu's chest and shook his head. I'm sorry, Muyu. This injury is already irreversible. Even if you change a heart, you can't save him. His body was once transformed by the returning origin pill. He's different from ordinary people. However, he can only live for about 15 minutes. No, you're talking nonsense. Muyu roared angrily. The aura on his body was constantly going berserk. The enforcer tore open the void again and disappeared. Chapter 358. Lightning flashed across the sky, illuminating the haze and shattering the hope in Muyu's heart. The wind began to wreak havoc in all directions. An old tree in the distance creaked and was on the verge of collapse. Its leaves had already left it, and its branches had been cut off and swept away. The trunk could be blown apart at any time. Withered wood was like the old tree at this moment. His vitality was quickly dissipating. Don't die. Life and death are in the blink of an eye. Life and death are in the blink of an eye. Muyu clenched his teeth. He wanted to enter a state of madness. He wanted to awaken Spirit Lord Mu Yuming's ability. He wanted to save withered wood in the blink of an eye. However, the Nine Heavens Demon Sealing Formation had already completely trapped Spirit Lord Mu Yuming. His body did not react at all. He did not have the power to go berserk. He only had a small amount of spiritual energy, which was completely useless. No, I don't want you to die. Muyu lowered his head. He looked as if he had been hit by a stick. He was out of his wits. A drop of tear dripped down and landed on Withered Wood's chest. Withered Wood smiled and looked at Muyu. He said softly, so you can still cry for me. I always thought you were a heartless child. I won't cry. I won't. Muyu said stubbornly. His tears poured down like a broken dam, soaking his clothes. He remembered what he had joked with Withered Wood in the Netherworld herb illusion. Scram. A bastard like you will cry for me? Then the sun will rise from the west. Withered Wood scolded. Okay. In the future, even if you die, I won't cry. Muyu made a face. Muyu thought that it was just a joke. However, tears were really streaming down his face now. He had never cried before because he felt that one must learn to be strong in life. All tears were pretentious pretense. However, at this moment, he dropped his pretense and let his tears roll down. Dead Tree looked at Muyu. This child would never grow up. Every day, he would cause trouble everywhere with Little Handsome. He had always been so optimistic, just like a ray of sunshine shining into Dead Tree's lonely heart, making him feel an indescribable warmth. He used to be a loner and kept people at arm's length, but Muyu walked into his life. Didn't you always want to know what the illusion I saw in the Netherworld herb was? Blood flowed out from the corner of Kumu's mouth. His aura became weaker and weaker, but he still persevered. He didn't want to leave behind any regrets. At that moment, he suddenly had so many things to say to the child before him. He never liked to say nice things because it made him feel awkward. However, he understood that if he didn't say something now, he might never have the chance to say it again. Muyu once asked Deadwood if he was the hero who saved Deadwood in that illusion. Deadwood kept telling Muyu that he was a coward. Muyu asked him this question twice, but Deadwood didn't give Muyu a definite answer. I don't want to know. I just want you to live. Mu Yu's voice became hoarse. At that time, in the netherworld Herb's anger, in order to walk out of Mu Yu's illusion, Deadwood resolutely stabbed Mu Yu. This made Mu Yu feel very uncomfortable. Even though he knew that the stab was fake, Deadwood had stabbed him so decisively, as if he was doing something very simple. This made Mu Yu feel a trace of panic in his heart. He didn't know what he meant to Deadwood. He didn't know what position he had in Deadwood's heart. Why didn't Deadwood hesitate at all when he stabbed him? Mu Yu even thought that if one day Deadwood had to choose between Miao Yuyan and Mu Yu to live, would Deadwood choose Miao Yuyan without hesitation and not him? Mu Yu was troubled by this stab for a long time. Mu Yu asked Deadwood twice. He wanted to know what kind of role he played in Deadwood's illusion. He treated Deadwood as his father, but he was afraid to know that Deadwood was only using him. In my illusion, you are not the hero who saved me, nor the coward I spoke of. You are my son, Deadwood slowly said. Mu Yu suddenly raised his head and met Deadwood's gaze. His heart began to beat violently. After knowing that Feng Haochen had a daughter, my resentment towards him turned into envy and jealousy. I don't understand why he always has things that I don't have. He took away the person I liked, and even the disciple he raised was so outstanding. I suddenly thought about how I am all alone in this world, without even a descendant. How sad is this life? Deadwood's smile was filled with sadness. He hated Feng Haochen all his life, but he could not compare to Feng Haochen in anything. Even his only disciple was Feng Haochen's. He did not understand what he was thinking. He actually treated Feng Haochen's disciple as his own son. He forced himself to suppress these feelings, but Deadwood could not lie to himself. When I saw Tian Ran, I thought of you. I unconsciously treated you as my own son. Although you were always angry at me, I also often made Xuera's father angry. The two of us are the same. But I don't want you to know, because you only have your master in your heart. I saw how motivated you were to help Feng Haochen, and I didn't want to embarrass myself, so I didn't want to tell you what my illusion was. I don't want to know about your illusion anymore. I just want you to live. Mu Yu murmured. The dead tree reached out his trembling hand and wiped away the tears in the corner of Mu Yu's eyes. In the illusion that Ming Cao gave me, you were also restless and made me angry, but you always called me Father Dead Tree. I know that I was expecting too much. How could you call me father? If you knew, you would definitely laugh at me non-stop. I know I am not worthy to be your Deadwood daddy, but it was just a thought. Don't take it to heart. He never told Mu Yu what his illusion was. Mu Yu's appearance changed his dead heart. In fact, he always wanted to have a child and raise his child with the person he loved. In his illusion, Mu Yu really became his son. Whether he was with Lung Bingxue or Miao Yuyan, Mu Yu was like a child who would never grow up. He liked that feeling. He liked the sound of Mu Yu calling him Deadwood Daddy. But he felt that he was not worthy because Mu Yu's personality was the complete opposite of his. An optimistic child should have an optimistic father, not a loner with a bad temper. Mu Yu's heart felt like it was hit by someone. The knot in his heart that had been troubling him for a long time suddenly opened. When Deadwood stabbed Mu Yu with his dagger, Mu Yu's heart felt empty. At that time, he even suspected that Deadwood never took him seriously. But now, Mu Yu knew that he was wrong. The person that Deadwood stabbed was his son. I won't laugh at you. I have long treated you as my father. I thought you didn't care about me, so I didn't dare to mention it. I have the same concerns as you, but in my heart, you will always be my Deadwood daddy. I swear. Mu Yu buried his head in Deadwood's arms. That Deadwood daddy was so simple and pure, but it was filled with sincere feelings. It was a simple title, but because of their personalities, they never said it out loud until today. When Mu Yu was surrounded by the life and death energy of the underworld grass, Deadwood guarded the formation for nearly a month. He didn't even take a step out. He was afraid that Mu Yu would make the slightest mistake. He was afraid that Mu Yu would never wake up again. Because the one surrounded by danger was the sun in his heart. Whether you are comforting me or being sincere, I will accept this title of father. Maybe you and everyone else think that I am useless and that I am not on the same level as your master. But you have never really seen me make a move. I have engraved a formation on this blood jade ink crystal. It will let you see how your useless Deadwood daddy used a formation to kill a spirit-severing cultivator during the Jindan period. Unfortunately, he didn't succeed. Don't laugh at your father. Deadwood struggled to put the blood jade ink crystal in Mu Yu's hand. He accepted Mu Yu as his disciple, but when he went out, he was the one that was laughed at. Everyone thought that he got a lot of benefits because he was the disciple of a true god. Everyone praised Jian Ying and Chen Feng and belittled him. Everyone thought that he was unworthy of being Mu Yu's master. Everyone looked down on him and treated him as a joke. He didn't care about all of this because he didn't care about how others looked at him. But Mu Yu always defended his dignity, spoke up for him, and protected him from being humiliated. Over time, he was very unwilling. He wanted to prove in front of Mu Yu that he wasn't useless, and that he wasn't the Deadwood evergreen who was touched by the glory of a true god's disciple. He wanted to show off in front of Mu Yu once. He wanted to show off in front of his son once. So he used the blood jade ink crystal to record the scene of how he used a formation to kill Tian Bu. He wanted to let Mu Yu know that he, Deadwood evergreen, was qualified to be Mu Yu's master. He was more qualified to be Mu Yu's Deadwood daddy. However, he still failed. The people from the Sanchong Palace ambushed him and prevented him from fulfilling his last wish. His son couldn't see his father's invincible appearance. Perhaps he could only be a useless old man forever. I never thought you were useless, and I won't laugh at you, because... Mu Yu wiped his tears. Because as a son, I will never laugh at my father. Mu Yu didn't have parents since he was young, and he felt that having parents was a very happy thing. He regarded Deadwood as his father, so he never despised his father for being weak. Because Deadwood Daddy once protected him in front of many people, now it was time for him to protect Deadwood Daddy. Even if Deadwood Daddy's cultivation was very low, Mu Yu knew that he didn't have the right to laugh at Deadwood Daddy, because he didn't even have the ability to protect Deadwood Daddy. The dead tree revealed a gratified smile. You've said so many things. I like this one. The dark clouds were finally torn apart by lightning. Rain poured down from the crack and fell on the world, hitting everything in the world, making rustling sounds. I hope you can learn formation techniques, but Fenghouchen won't let you. This matter depends on your own wishes. My formation techniques are better than Fenghouchen's, and this is the only thing I'm proud of. I still hope you can learn all of my formation techniques, but unfortunately, I can't teach you personally. After I die, bring my body to Shue-Er. I can't be with her when I'm alive, but after I die, I'll accompany her. I've let her down. Deadwood slowly stretched out his bloody hand and gently patted the back of Mu Yu's head. He used to like to vent his anger on Mu Yu. Mu Yu never dodged. Even if his cultivation was higher than Deadwood's, when Deadwood wanted to hit the back of his head to vent his anger, he would still let Deadwood hit him. This might be the last time Deadwood hit Mu Yu's head. Although Mu Yu was always impolite, he always cared about Deadwood's feelings. After Deadwood lost his cultivation, he protected Deadwood's self-esteem in every way, protecting his dignity as a master of the combination stage. He never looked down on Deadwood. He never thought that Deadwood during the Jindan period was a burden, because he knew how to be grateful. A son shouldn't despise his father. Deadwood's life was sad. He lived for others his whole life. When he made up his mind to live for himself, the Sanchong Palace didn't allow him to live anymore. The wind blew fiercely, and the old tree in the distance was finally blown to pieces, losing all signs of life. Chapter 359. The wind messed up Mu Yu's hair as Deadwood left with a smile. He could no longer slap Mu Yu's head when he was angry. He could no longer be angered by Mu Yu. He could no longer watch the two clowns, Mu Yu and Little Handsome, jumping around without a care in the world. I shouldn't have let you leave alone. I should have personally sent you back. Mu Yu's heart was twitching. Even if he personally escorted Deadwood back to the Pill Cauldron sect, it would be useless. He still couldn't beat Heaven is Waiting. However, he stubbornly believed that this was his fault because if he went back with Deadwood, Heaven is Waiting would directly find him instead of Deadwood. But in reality, whether or not Heaven is Waiting would make a move on Deadwood, the people of the Threefold Palace wouldn't allow Deadwood to live. Heaven is Waiting used the rules set by the Threefold Palace to kill Deadwood to take revenge on Moo Yu. Wasn't the Threefold Palace also using Heaven is Waiting to find a justifiable excuse to kill Deadwood? Moo Yu couldn't do anything. He was so weak that he couldn't even beat Heaven is Waiting. How could he fight against the Threefold Palace? At some point, raindrops fell and sprinkled on Moo Yu's body. Moo Yu buried his head. The rain mixed with tears flowed down his body. He hugged Deadwood's body and didn't move at all. Deadwood was like a father guiding Moo Yu. Moo Yu was like a rebellious child who talked back to his father every day. The feelings between them were very strange. It was a feeling that couldn't be expressed with any words. With a soft dragon cry, Dragonvine's body drilled out of Moo Yu's arm. When Deadwood left, he gave Dragonvine to Moo Yu. He knew that if someone wanted to harm him, Dragonvine alone wouldn't be enough. The Dragonvine's body became incomparably huge. It circled its body and protected Moo Yu and Deadwood under it, not letting the rain hit them. Deadwood Daddy. This form of address came too late. Even Moo Yu did not expect that he would treat that grumpy old man as his own father. If someone had told him that this stuttering and eccentric old man would be the most important person in his life when he first met Deadwood, he would have laughed at that person's nonsense. But sometimes things develop unexpectedly. You never know what will happen next. He recalled all the things that had happened between him and the dead tree. The past was still vivid in his mind. Time seemed to flow backwards. At that time, Moo Yu muddleheadedly entered the valley and robbed Deadwood's residence. In the end, he was captured by Deadwood. That was the first time Moo Yu had met Deadwood Daddy. At that time, Deadwood Daddy was still a stuttering, weird, and grumpy old man. Stuttering old man, it's you. Why are you here? Were you also captured by Deadwood Evergreen? Let's go, I'll take you out. Little Shuai tugged at Moo Yu's clothes and whispered, "This stuttering old man is Deadwood Evergreen." What? Moo Yu's eyes widened. He smiled uneasily. What a coincidence. The weather is so clear today. Deadwood Evergreen snorted. He took a deep breath and said, "You stole my things last time. You have to pay the price." Deadwood paused every 2 words. It was just a few simple words. When Moo Yu understood, it felt like hundreds of years had passed. "Old master, can't you speak more straightforwardly? It's so unbearable to listen to every single one of them." Moo Yu yawned and picked his ears. "I'll return the things you took last time, okay? Can we go now?" "No," Deadwood said. "Then what do you want?" Moo Yu scratched his head. He was not used to returning to this depressing place. "Master." Deadwood suddenly said 2 words. "I'm not your master." Moo Yu thought he heard wrong and quickly shook his hand. "You're so powerful, I can't be your master. I am. You're my disciple." Deadwood said angrily. He wanted to use simple words to explain, but it was obviously not successful. "Disciple? You want to be my disciple? Oh, I don't accept disciples." Moo Yu laughed mischievously. "I want to accept you as my disciple. I want to be your master, understand? If you tease me again, I'll hang you up." Deadwood suddenly finished his words smoothly. "Huh? You're not stuttering again? Is your stuttering faked? Wouldn't it be better if you said it so smoothly earlier? Otherwise, I'm tired of listening to it." Moo Yu shrugged. Deadwood looked at Moo Yu somewhat angrily. He didn't know whether Moo Yu did it intentionally or unintentionally, but he kept making fun of Deadwood's stuttering. You're now my disciple." Deadwood tried hard to calm down his emotions. "Huh? Why are you stuttering again? You're stuttering for a while and not stuttering for a while. What's going on?" Moo Yu asked strangely. "Get lost. If you talk about my stuttering again, I'll cripple you." Deadwood narrowed his eyes. Deadwood's character was very antisocial because of his stuttering. No one was willing to communicate with a stuttering cultivator. And Moo Yu always made fun of Deadwood's stuttering. When Deadwood got angry, he would speak very fluently. But Mu Yu was also taught by Deadwood a lot of times because of his quick mouth. Deadwood turned the whole valley into a foul atmosphere just to find a person who could go to the second layer of heaven to look for underworld grass. He wanted to train this person as his disciple to save the person he hated his whole life. But he never thought that the person he found would be the disciple of the person he hated his whole life. He resisted the urge to slap Mu Yu to death because he found out that Mu Yu had the ability to control wood. He couldn't find a second person who was more suitable to cultivate the Poison Sutra than Mu Yu. "Recite the Poison Sutra," Deadwood said stiffly. "Can I go out after I recite it?" Mu Yu took the thick Poison Sutra. It had a few hundred pages. It was all Deadwood's experience in refining poison. He really didn't know how much free time Deadwood had to write such a thick book. It didn't mean that every cultivator had a photographic memory. It would take him years to memorize so much. "No," Deadwood said succinctly. "Then I won't recite it." Mu Yu handed the Poison Sutra to Deadwood. Deadwood didn't take it. He just glanced at Dragon Vine on the bridge and said, "I won't recite it." "Dragon Vine, refine medicine. Why don't we let the big earthworm suffer?" Little Shuai said. Mu Yu held his chin. Of course he couldn't accept this suggestion. Dragon Vine had gone through thick and thin with him. He wouldn't burn the bridge after crossing it. "Big Rat, why don't you refine medicine?" Dragon Vine roared at Little Shuai. "You're older. You can refine more medicine," Little Shuai said. Mu Yu shook his head and said pitifully, "Can I recite it every day?" "Recite and memorize," Deadwood said unquestionably. Reciting and memorizing it pulled Mu Yu into the world of the Poison Sutra. He also learned about many mysterious poisons. It made him understand that poisons were actually another way of saying elixirs. It was also from refining poison that Mu Yu discovered that Deadwood's nature wasn't bad. Mu Yu walked into Deadwood's life from then on. Because of Feng Haochen, Deadwood didn't like Mu Yu at first. He often hung Mu Yu upside down to vent his anger. But because he refined poison all year round, his body accumulated a lot of poison. He had no choice but to disperse his cultivation. Deadwood would rather die than disperse his cultivation in front of his rival's disciple. But Mu Yu's call of master convinced Deadwood. He didn't know when he would actually acknowledge Mu Yu as his enemy's disciple. He dispersed his cultivation in front of Mu Yu and became an ordinary person without any cultivation. The reclusive Deadwood thought that Mu Yu would definitely start to humiliate him. But Mu Yu didn't do that and had always been protecting him. He took him to the famous Danding sect in the cultivation world and made a mess there. In the end, not only did he save Deadwood's life, but he also cured his stuttering. Deadwood saw all of this in his heart. Mu Yu had always protected Deadwood in the unfathomable Danding sect. Even if he was mocked by everyone, Mu Yu didn't care. At that time, although Mu Yu did it for his master, Feng Haochen, he did not neglect Dead Tree's feelings. In Danding sect, Mu Yu learned about Deadwood's past. It turned out that Danding sect also had Lung Bingxue, who had been waiting for Deadwood for decades. Deadwood had always been ashamed of Lung Bingxue, so he didn't dare to face her. But after Deadwood went back, he accidentally saw Lung Bingxue bathing and was almost accidentally injured by Lung Bingxue. "You big one peeped at me bathing, and the little one wanted to eat my spiritual pet. Do you want to leave after doing these things?" Lung Bingxue held the big white rabbit in her hand. The rabbit nestled in her arms and rubbed against her from time to time. Mu Yu was dumbfounded. It turned out that the rabbit belonged to someone else. It was really bad luck to have such a coincidence. In fact, Lung Bingxue came here when the dead tree was looking at the stone. Usually, the disciples were not allowed to come here, so she didn't find anyone by the lake, so she went into the water. She didn't expect to see the dead tree when she looked up. "This is a misunderstanding. This is really a misunderstanding. I didn't know it was yours. If I knew this rabbit belonged to Senior, I wouldn't have dared to do this. Old man, you two can talk about old times first. I won't be a third party." Mu Yu felt that Lung Bingxue shouldn't be harmful to Deadwood. Otherwise, they would have been beaten to pieces. You. Deadwood's face was a bit ugly. Moo Yu casually said that he was a third party, which made him very embarrassed. You stinking brat. Moo Yu said helplessly. I'll settle accounts with you when we get back. Moo Yu sighed. Deadwood's face was full of black lines. He was so angry that he blew his beard and glared, but he didn't know what to do. Moo Yu said what he wanted to say. Yes, after staying with Deadwood for so long, Moo Yu knew what he was going to say when Deadwood just opened his mouth and said 2 words. Moo Yu understood Deadwood's words so well. They were like a father and son who had the same mind. It turned out that unknowingly, the relationship between them had changed. It was just that the two of them didn't realize it. Moo Yu released the Demon King in the second layer of heaven and became the public enemy of the whole cultivation world. Deadwood was implicated by Moo Yu and almost died in the hands of Shu Zai. However, Moo Yu would never forget what Deadwood said that night. People like you don't even deserve to carry my disciples' shoes. Let me tell you, Moo Yu is my disciple. His talent is 100 times better than yours. Even if he dies in the hands of a despicable person like you, you will never reach Moo Yu's height in your lifetime. Moo Yu is the pride of my life. You are nothing in front of him. That was the first time Deadwood praised Moo Yu. Those were words from the bottom of his heart. He had never praised anyone before, let alone Feng Haochen's disciple. However, at that moment, his words were so proud. With such an outstanding disciple, Deadwood could die without regrets. Although Deadwood later denied what he said in front of Moo Yu heard everything clearly. He knew that Deadwood was stubborn and wanted to save face, so he didn't say anything else. Some things were better kept to himself. Deadwood spent his whole life saving Miao Yuyan. He knew that there was no possibility between him and Miao Yuyan, but he didn't want to see Miao Yuyan trapped in the mortal world sect and suffer forever. For Miao Yuyan, he chose to save his love rival. Deadwood was an infatuated and foolish person. He was so foolish that he forgot that Lung Bingxue was waiting for him. Finally, he mustered up his courage and told Lung Bingxue his feelings. After Moo Yu's matter is settled, if you are still willing to wait for me, I will follow you. Chapter 360. Life and Death in the Blink of an Eye. Life and death in the blink of an eye. Moo Yu suddenly roared into the sky. He wanted to fall into that muddled state. He wanted to borrow Spirit Lord Mu Yumeng's power. He wanted to use life and death in the blink of an eye to revive Ku Mu. However, despite the boundless spiritual energy rampaging through Mu Yu's body, Mu Yu's consciousness was still as clear as ever. The 9 Heavens Demon Sealing Array had sealed Yumeng's power in his body, as well as his life and death in the blink of an eye ability. He could no longer use this ability to revive anyone. There must be a way. Mu Yu stared at Ku Mu in a daze. He stared at the man who was like a father to him. At this moment, he was lying in Mu Yu's arms, sleeping so peacefully. However, Mu Yu could not wake him up. He could not do anything but cry like a coward. He was so weak. He was unable to protect the people he wanted to protect. He looked on helplessly as Tian Buwai toyed with him. He looked on helplessly as the enforcers of the threefold palace killed Ku Mu. He did not have any power to resist. He wanted power. He longed for power. He closed his eyes. However, a mocking laughter appeared in his mind. This sudden laughter made him feel as if he had grasped onto a life-saving straw. The person he had always wanted to find was the owner of this voice. Mu Yu's consciousness seemed to have arrived in a forest. The trees were lush and the canopy covered the sky. Plants of all shapes and sizes could be found everywhere, and they were all struggling to grow on the ground. They were swaying and exhibiting boundless vitality. He followed the laughter through the layers of trees. He pushed aside the crisscrossing branches and came to an empty space. A ray of light seemed to come from the distant starry sky. It shone on the empty space and illuminated the figure in the center. Countless fallen leaves floated in the air, as if they had never fallen. These fallen leaves danced around the figure. The figure turned around. It was another Mu Yu. Save him. Mu Yu said weakly. He already knew who the person before him was. It was Spirit Lord Mu Yumeng from Mu Yu's body, Gomang. Gomang chuckled. It was unknown whether he was laughing at Mu Yu's ignorance or pitying Mu Yu's misfortune. His laughter sounded sharp in Mu Yu's ears. Gomang took a step forward and used his hand to move the floating leaves around him. When the leaves came into contact with his hand, they had already turned into golden runes, flashing with a domineering green light. Then, they turned back into leaves and flew to other places. The Nine Heavens Demon Ceiling formation is truly a mysterious formation, isn't it? With every step Gomang took, the leaves would be pushed aside, but they still revolved around him. I can save him in the blink of an eye, but I have to be able to get out first. Mu Yu pursed his lips and shook his head. I can't let you out. Ku Mu, Feng Haochen, and Xie Bulao had gone to great lengths to use the Nine Heavens Demon Ceiling formation to seal Spirit Lord Yumeng within their bodies. This was to protect the 5 of them from being controlled by Spirit Lord Yumeng and prevent them from causing a disaster for the human race. Gomang stretched lazily. That's none of my business. Mu Yu clenched his fists. Ku Mu, Changqing, is very important to you, isn't he? Gomang's attention seemed to be attracted by a leaf in front of him. He fiddled with the leaf with interest and didn't look at Mu Yu. After a long time, Mu Yu finally spoke. He doesn't want me to let you out. Ku Mu didn't want Mu Yu to let Gomang break free from the Nine Heavens Demon Ceiling formation in order to save him, because that would put Mu Yu in constant danger. Ku Mu didn't want to see Mu Yu in danger. They had set up the Nine Heavens Demon Ceiling formation to prevent Mu Yu and the others from being controlled by Spirit Lord Yumeng, and to protect the human race from harm. What are the principles you insist on? Protecting the human race. Protecting the entire 3 continents. Ensuring that the threefold palace, who killed Ku Mu, remains the ruler of the 3 continents. Gomang seemed to have seen through Mu Yu's heart and laughed disdainfully. Mu Yu's body began to tremble. The threefold palace had set up a laughable rule, but it was full of loopholes. They killed Ku Mu indiscriminately. They never used their brains to consider how Ku Mu, who was only in the Jindan period, could kill Wn Tianming, who was in the out-of-body period. They only believed in their own rules and eliminated those who didn't follow the rules. They said it was for the future of the human race, but in reality, they had always coveted Jian Ying and Chen Feng's immortal body. They did all kinds of treacherous things, and even killed Ku Mu for it. Was there really a need for such a laughable threefold palace to listen to their orders? You don't know why the threefold palace can make the 3 continents submit to them, do you? In the eyes of the human race, the threefold palace is a supreme existence. Their orders can't be disobeyed because they can ensure that the human race won't be killed by us, Yumeng, right? Gomang pulled at the 2 leaves, wanting to overlap them, but his hand slipped, and the 2 leaves slipped out of his hand. Isn't that so? Although the threefold palace secretly went against their agreement with Jian Ying and Chen Feng, and coveted Jian Ying and Chen Feng's immortal body, it couldn't be denied that everything they did was to ensure that the human race could defeat the human, so that the human race could survive. This was also the reason why all the self-cultivators believed in the threefold palace. Gomang blew elegantly at the leaves in front of him, and the leaves slowly floated up. He said, "That's what the threefold palace told you, right? Destroy the human and protect the human race. But they never told you the purpose of the humans' war. The threefold palace told you that we want to take over your land and kill you all. We commit all kinds of crimes, burning, killing, and robbing. So, the self-cultivators exist to destroy us, Yumeng, right? Isn't that the case?" Mu Yu asked again. Gomang laughed involuntarily and shook his head slightly. The threefold palace's brainwashing of the human race is very successful, but how can this world be as simple as you think? The truth has always been in the hands of very few people. Only a few of the human race know the true face of this world. What are you trying to say? Mu Yu asked quietly. Have you never thought about one thing? Most of the people in the threefold palace have already reached the peak of their cultivation. They can break the void and walk, and shrink the ground into an inch is not a problem at all. You always thought that the 1,000,000 people in the Moyun mountain range were waiting to die in the immortal prison because it was a huge project to move them. The threefold palace had to pay a huge price, and they weren't willing to waste this energy. The 1,000,000 people in the Moyun mountain range were trapped. The threefold palace should have followed their agreement with Zhen Ying and Chen Feng and sent everyone out of the Moyun mountain range. However, sending out 1,000,000 people took too much energy, so they chose to break their promise. But in fact, you're wrong. It's not that they didn't want to waste their energy, but they didn't plan to do so at all. With their cultivation, it wouldn't take much energy to move 1,000,000 people. They gave up on the 1,000,000 people in the Moyun mountain range from the beginning. What do you mean? Mu Yu's heart skipped a beat. He vaguely felt that things were not as simple as they seemed. In fact, he had already thought about one thing. The exit between the Moyun mountain range and the outside world was the vast Shiwan mountain range. There were many high-level demon beasts there, and people who were not in the nascent soul stage could not go out. At that time, he only had the cultivation of the Jindan period, so he didn't think much about it. However, after Mu Yu left the Moyun mountain range, he realized that the power of the threefold palace was far beyond his imagination. Even Daoist Yuan De, who was in the tribulation stage, had to listen to the orders of the threefold palace. It was enough to show how high the cultivation of the people in the threefold palace was. With the ability of the threefold palace, it was easy to exterminate the high-level demon beasts in the Moyun mountain range. As long as the demon beasts were exterminated, they could arrange for the 1,000,000 people in the Moyun mountain range to be moved out of the immortal prison. The people in the Moyun mountain range did not have to die at all. However, the threefold palace did not do that. The threefold palace intends to collect the souls of the 1,000,000 people in the Moyun mountain range as sacrifices. It is a very ancient power, so powerful that it is difficult to resist. The white light on their bodies comes from the power of the soul. It is the power of the soul that absorbs all living creatures. You will never be able to imagine the horror of this method. Gomang's mouth revealed a trace of ridicule. What do they want the power of the soul for? Mu Yu had seen the holy white light on the body of the law enforcers. That kind of light was very sacred, and no one dared to blaspheme it. It was even more terrifying. The power of the soul is the source of power for the threefold palace to rule the threefold continent. The white light on their bodies is called the power of the soul. That kind of power is thousands of times stronger than the spiritual power of ordinary cultivators. This is also the reason why the major sects are unable to fight against the threefold palace. No matter if it is the human race, the demon race, the Yu Meng race, or other demon beasts, after death, they will all release the power of the soul. This power of the soul will hover in every corner of the continent. Only the people of the threefold palace know how to collect the power of the soul. The power of the human race, the demon race, and the human race is unprecedentedly strong. Therefore, the threefold palace has to ensure that the power of the soul can satisfy their cultivation needs. They have to ensure that many lives die. Gomang's eyes revealed a trace of disgust. This is the dirty business of the threefold palace. Only the people of the threefold palace know about this. Therefore, it has always been the threefold palace waging war in the name of eliminating the Yu Meng, and not us invading the lands of the human race. Only war can cause the loss of life and produce more power of the soul. It is also because of this that they can maintain their rule over the threefold continent. Mu Yu clenched his fists. However, Zhen Chen Feng's appearance broke this pattern. I know that he is an immortal, but for thousands of years, I have never heard of him. He also never cared about the war between the human race and our Yu Meng. Otherwise, with his cultivation, we would have been imprisoned thousands of years ago. Until 100 years ago, I don't know why he stood out at that time and used his own cultivation as the price to trap our Yu Meng. When Gomang talked about Zhen Chen Feng, his eyes revealed a trace of admiration. Being able to defeat 5 spirit lords of the Yu Meng race, Zhen Chen Feng had undoubtedly won the respect of the 5 of them. However, his appearance meant that there would be no more wars on the threefold continent. There would be fewer casualties, and the supply of soul power would be insufficient. The threefold palace realized this when Zhen Chen Feng intervened. Without war, the source of their power would not be able to meet the demand. Therefore, they would not save the millions of people in the Moyun mountain range, because the death of millions of people would provide a huge amount of soul power. Since you know about the matter of the threefold palace's soul power, why do you still help them? You don't have to start a war. Mu Yu could not accept Gomang's words. The threefold palace was the mastermind behind the war between the human race and the human. How was that possible? If we don't fight, should our human just wait for death? Gomang sneered. Mu Yu was silent for a moment, then said, "Does my master know about this?" Gomang shook his head. Jianying Chen Feng is a very mysterious person. He is so mysterious that you can't even imagine him. His cultivation is sky high, but he doesn't like to fight with others. He never interferes with the affairs of the cultivation world. In the past, no one discovered his existence. His appearance can be said to be a coincidence, like someone who suddenly appeared in the threefold heaven. I don't know where he came from, but I am sure that he didn't know about the threefold palace's soul power. At that time, he only wanted to end the war between the human race and our Yu Meng. Chapter 361. The Nine Heavens demon sealing formation had turned into leaves and trapped Gomang in Mu Yu's consciousness. Every day, Gomang was accompanied by a sky full of leaves. At this moment, Gomang was still fiddling with the leaves as if nothing had happened. Only Mu Yu was shocked by Gomang's words. Did the threefold palace really exist just to kill people? Then how did you know about soul power? Mu Yu's mind was in a mess. He didn't know if he should believe Gomang's words. We didn't know at first. However, when Jianying and Chen Feng used their supreme divine ability to send us into reincarnation, we saw where the souls belonged in the passage of reincarnation. The soul power produced by the souls was all taken away by the threefold palace. Only then did we discover the threefold palace's scheme. Don't ask me what reincarnation is because I don't know either. You should ask Jianying and Chen Feng. His ability is already heaven-defying to a terrifying extent. The five of us would definitely lose to him. However, I don't understand why he would make such a choice and sacrifice his own cultivation. It's really hard to understand. Gomang didn't know Jianying and Chen Feng's choice. Mu Yu didn't know either. Feng Haochen had never mentioned too much about his past. He was always shrouded in layers of mystery, making it impossible for others to understand him. However, Mu Yu was sure that his master had made a mistake and believed in the wrong threefold palace. How do I know if you're telling the truth? The Gate of Hell's people can also control souls. Mu Yu still found it hard to believe. However, combined with what the threefold palace had done to Jianying and Chen Feng, he already believed Gomang's words. The enforcers' bodies were shrouded in a sacred light. They were so imposing that it made people feel reverence. However, they were also so dirty. Was there an ugly and dark heart hidden under the sacred light of the threefold palace? Gomang shook his head in disdain. The Gate of Hell's methods of using soul power are only a drop in the ocean. They can't even be compared to the threefold palace. How do you think our human escaped from the immortal confining prison? With Jianying and Chen Feng's abilities, our human has no chance of escaping the immortal confining prison. Mu Yu's mind shook. You're saying that the Sanchong Palace will help you? That's right. When you used the teleportation formation on Mount Fulong, I realized that something was wrong. The location of the teleportation formation was fixed. That's impossible. When you entered the second heaven, you should have known that there must be two teleportation arrays. If one of them is destroyed, the teleportation location will be random. However, you appeared in Misty Breath City twice using the Dragon Subduing Mountains teleportation portal. I can be sure that it wasn't random. This is enough to prove that the threefold palace secretly rescued us from the immortal confinement prison. Gomang revealed a sly smile. How is this possible? Mu Yu was shocked. Why not? You humans are mostly selfish. There are people being killed every day, but the soul power provided by these people isn't enough to maintain the power of the threefold palace. They must start another war. War can obtain soul power on a large scale. As the main force of the war, if our human is trapped in the Moyun mountain range, who will you humans fight against? Without human, there are still demons, right? If it's as you said, the threefold palace needs war. Why don't they go to the demons? Muyu said in a low voice. Gomang laughed coldly and continued, demons? When you released the White Ape Demon King, the entire cultivation world condemned you. Did the threefold palace make a decision? If the threefold palace is really considering the interests of the human race, they should kill you in the name of a traitor. The White Ape Demon King's cultivation isn't as good as it used to be. If the threefold palace wanted to kill him, it would be more than enough. However, they didn't, because the threefold palace realized that you accidentally created an opportunity for them to start a war. By involving the demons in the war, the soul power generated will be even greater. Muyu took a deep breath. Was the war between the human race, the human, and the demon race really coming about? Haven't you thought about it? Although the threefold palace strictly forbids the gate of hell and the gate of life and death on paper, they have killed countless people in secret. If they really consider the peace of the human race, they should directly destroy the existence of the gate of hell and the gate of life and death. With the power of the threefold palace, how could they not know what these two disgusting sects have done? The threefold palace allows them to exist because they secretly kill people to provide the soul power needed to maintain the power of the threefold palace. Gomang's words stunned Muyu. Was this the threefold palace? Although he didn't like the threefold palace, he at least thought that the threefold palace was for the peace of the human race. However, Gomang's words directly turned his worldview upside down. The threefold palace seemed to be the mastermind behind the war. By the way, let me tell you something. The more talented a person is, the more powerful their soul power is after death. Soul power is especially abundant in cultivators under the age of 40. I'm sure you've thought of something. Gomang chuckled. Muyu clenched his fists and slowly said, the extreme immortal ranking. Everyone thought that the threefold palace issued the extreme immortal ranking to recruit outstanding human geniuses to become generals in the war against the human. Therefore, all the young geniuses were challenging others in order to become even more outstanding. But if Gomang was right, then didn't that mean that the extreme immortal ranking existed for the sake of killing? The extreme immortal ranking fluctuated every day, and from time to time, an extreme immortal would be killed. From the moment the extreme immortal ranking appeared, the lives of many young geniuses were constantly fading away. However, there was always someone who took their place to become an extreme immortal. Muyu had thought about this back then. If the extreme immortal ranking was for the sake of fighting against the human, then why did it have to be set up? As soon as the Supreme Immortal Leaderboard was released, countless talented humans had already died before the war with the Yu Meng Devil Clan had even begun. If these dead geniuses could be allowed to participate in the war against the Yu Meng Devil Clan, they would be a great source of strength. However, the threefold palace allowed these geniuses to kill each other. This was simply unreasonable. If the threefold palace really considered the threat of the human, they should have prohibited killing on the extreme immortal ranking. The problem was that all the cultivators believed the threefold palace's nonsense. Only extreme immortals who were selected through cruel competition were qualified to become the leaders of the human race. Is this threefold palace worth your protection? Gomang's words were like a sharp needle piercing Muyu's heart, infuriating him. The threefold palace killed Deadwood indiscriminately and didn't investigate the truth at all. Human lives were worthless in their eyes. In their eyes, they probably wanted people to die at any time. Death would provide them with soul power. It didn't matter if they died unjustly or unjustly. As long as they had something on them, they could kill them and collect their soul power first. He wouldn't allow Deadwood to die like this. Save Deadwood, Daddy, Muyu said angrily. Gomang shook his head. I can't do that. The Nine Heavens Demon Sealing Formation was set up by Jian Ying and Chen Feng. I can't break it with my power. Then how do we break the Nine Heavens Demon Sealing Formation? Muyu didn't want to think about it anymore. The threefold palace's trash had killed Deadwood Daddy. He just wanted to save Deadwood Daddy. To break the Nine Heavens Demon Sealing Formation, you have to find Deadwood, Jian Ying, Chen Feng, and Evil Shadow, who are very knowledgeable about formations. Obviously, your master was right not to tell you the way to break the 9 Heavens Demon Sealing formation, right? Gomang's eyes flashed with a green light. Feng Haochen was very thorough. He didn't plan to teach Mu Yu how to set up a formation from the beginning. What Deadwood taught Mu Yu was more about poisons. Mu Yu had only learned a little bit about arrays. Is there no other way? Mu Yu was dazed. He originally had 2 formation masters as his masters. The funny thing was that he didn't learn the essence of formations. Feng Haochen had already returned to the Moyun mountain range. Evil Shadow wouldn't help him at all. Deadwood was framed by Tian Buwai and died in the hands of the Threefold Palace's enforcers. The possibility of breaking the 9 Heavens Demon Sealing formation was very low. Gomang smiled and said, I don't think you need to worry about anything. The Threefold Palace wants nothing more than for me to seize your consciousness and lead you Meng to war with the humans again. So if I'm not wrong, the Threefold Palace might think of a way to help you break the 9 Heavens Demon Sealing formation soon. The Threefold Palace is so afraid of Jian Ying and Chen Feng, but they still let the 5 of you live because you are the key to this war. If the Threefold Palace wanted to start a war with Yu Meng, they had to release Spirit Lord Yu Meng. If Spirit Lord Yu Meng didn't participate in the battle, Yu Meng would be leaderless and would definitely be defeated. This kind of war wouldn't last long. I don't want the trash of the Threefold Palace to help. You must know some other way. Mu Yu said stiffly. Gomang looked at Mu Yu thoughtfully and said, there is a way, but you won't like it. What is it? Slaughter. Slaughter is also a terrifying power. If a person's slaughter chi is too strong, the 5 elements in their body will be out of balance, and the 9 Heavens Demon Sealing formation will collapse on its own. Mu Yu fell silent. He had never liked slaughter. If he killed someone who deserved it, he wouldn't show any mercy. But if he had to kill for the sake of killing, he couldn't do it. If you don't pay attention to slaughter, it will destroy a person's consciousness. Losing oneself in slaughter is the moment when a person's consciousness is at its weakest. Resuscitation from your body is also the best opportunity for me to take control of your body. Gomang said without hiding anything. In the past, he would often take advantage of Mu Yu's emotional state to encourage Mu Yu to kill people, in a vain attempt to make Mu Yu lose himself. However, he had never succeeded. Gomang directly told Mu Yu his goal and let Mu Yu make a choice. The decision was up to Mu Yu himself. If he wanted to save Ku Mu, he had to break the 9 Heavens Demon Sealing formation and use the ability to decide life and death in the blink of an eye. The simplest way to break the 9 Heavens Demon Sealing formation was to slaughter. But to let a person live for the sake of slaughter was a very terrifying state. Obviously, Feng Haochen had known this for a long time, so he had always taught Mu Yu and the others to do things according to their own hearts and with a clear conscience. He didn't want Mu Yu and the others to walk on the edge of slaughter. Whether it was Ku Mu or Feng Haochen, their goal in setting up the 9 Heavens Demon Sealing formation was to imprison Spirit Lord Yu Meng and protect Mu Yu and the others from being controlled by Spirit Lord Yu Meng. If Mu Yu chose to slaughter, it would be equivalent to betraying their original intention. Chapter 362. Gomang smiled and said, originally, I wanted to use your body as a medium to lead Mu Yuming again, but I've changed my mind. I realized that you're not an ordinary human. You have the characteristics of our Mu Yuming. You don't like killing and you like living a peaceful life. Among the 5 elements Yuming, only our Mu Yuming has the same personality as you. The Mu Yuming was different from the other Yuming. They pursued a prosperous life and liked to live peacefully in the forest with plants as their companions. Just like Mu Yu, he didn't like killing. Every time his life disappeared, he would feel very uncomfortable. However, in the cultivation world, there was killing at every moment. If he didn't kill, someone would kill him. This was the law of the cultivation world. No one could stay out of it. Gomang continued, in fact, all the wars were instigated by the Threefold Palace. We just don't want the Threefold Palace to continue using us as tools. If there's one person who can overthrow the threefold palace, it's definitely you. And I only need to be a bystander. You think too highly of me. Mu Yu laughed at himself. If he had that ability, he wouldn't have been unable to protect Deadwood Daddy. In front of the Triple Palace's enforcers, he was so small. How could he face the Triple Palace's guardian? Gomang smiled slightly. In the past, I always thought that Jenying Chen Feng would stand out to overthrow the Triple Palace. He was indeed the most likely. However, I think it's too difficult for him to recover his cultivation. Now, I'm more willing to bet on you. Because you have power that Jenying Chen Feng doesn't have. If I had power, I wouldn't be so helpless. Mu Yu shook his head. Gomang ignored Mu Yu and said, "Didn't you notice that Mu Ling's sword has undergone an abnormal change? It's no longer pure life energy. Instead, it's mixed with an endless amount of death energy. The death energy of the underworld grass has changed it. This is something I didn't expect. You must know that the netherworld grass is an ethereal law used by the heavenly Tao to monitor the balance of the world. Being tainted by the netherworld grass death aura means complete death, with no possibility of revival. The Mu Ling sword had indeed undergone a strange transformation. Its body was filled with an endless aura of death, but it was also a treasure full of vitality. These two auras made it stand out from the rest. But how could Mu Yu be in the mood to care about this? Mu Ling is an item of the 5 elements that has existed since the formation of the world. In the eyes of Mu Yumeng, it is a symbol of life, full of vitality. However, it has now become an item of life and death. Even I do not know what will happen to it in the future. If you transfer all of the death aura from the underworld grass to the wood spirit, it will become a sacred weapon of death. Not only will the life force of any human, demon, or Yumeng killed by the wood spirit be sucked into the wood spirit, even their souls won't be able to escape. Gomang raised his voice slightly and even seemed to be inexplicably excited. In other words, the killings you create will not provide soul power to the third palace. Your killings will be meaningless killings to the third palace. I said before, I don't want to kill. Mu Yu emphasized. Gomang sized up Mu Yu and said, "You misunderstood me. Whether you kill or not is your own choice. Every time someone dies in the cultivation world, the third palace's power will increase by a bit. You will inevitably kill people in the future, and every person you kill will provide soul power to the third palace. However, with the Mu Ling sword, it will be a different story." Mu Yu's mind moved. If I use Mu Ling's sword to kill people, the third palace will not receive soul power? Gomang waved his hand and the leaves in front of him began to flutter before being pushed aside by him. Although he looked exactly the same as Mu Yu, the two of them had completely different temperaments. Gomang's flatfish body had a trace of shrewdness and maturity. This was because he had lived for so long and had seen so many ups and downs. His experience was far from what Mu Yu could compare to. That's right, the Mu Ling sword in your hand is the bane of soul power. Therefore, if you use Mu Ling's sword to fight people from the third palace, you will cause them great harm if you injure them. That's because all of their power is based on soul power. Soul power has no advantage in front of a wood spirit sword that has been tainted by the aura of death. Once you grow up in the future, you will become the person who can suppress the third palace. The third palace still does not know about the abnormality of the Mu Ling sword in your hand, so you still have the initiative. Soul power came from life, but also represented death. The death chi of the netherworld grass was the purest form of death energy. If Mu Yu could control this kind of power, he would become an uncontrollable factor for the third palace. I understand what you mean. Mu Yu nodded. The third palace instigated war on one hand, but also played the role of savior on the other. The only reason behind this was to solidify their position on the third continent. Their strength came from the soul power produced by the passing of life. This was why they were happy to see cultivators and humans slaughter each other. The more people died, the stronger they became. However, they would never have thought that Mu Yu would turn out like this. If I cause a massacre and break the ninth heaven's ceiling formation, and you don't want to take over my body, then what is your goal? Mu Yu asked again. Don't forget, the power I have in your body is only equivalent to half of my original power. The other half is not in your body. If you can destroy the third palace and end this war, then I don't mind giving up the other half of my power. Gomang's gaze became very deep. Mu Yu stared at Gomang. This person had the same face as him. He had a lazy expression as if nothing had anything to do with him. However, he could see through everything, including Mu Yu's heart. However, Mu Yu did not completely believe Gomang's words. He was a rational person and would not be blinded by sorrow and hatred. Gomang's words seemed reasonable, but in fact, they could be smearing Sanchong's reputation. Mu Yu needed to find out the truth of this matter by herself. However, regardless of whether Gomang was defaming the threefold palace or not, Mu Yu hated the threefold palace to the bone. This was because Deadwood's father had told him that the person who didn't want him to live was the guardian of the threefold palace. Where is the other half of your power? You don't need to worry about that. If you want to save Deadwood, then make your own decision. Gomang sat down. The leaves around him were still dancing in the air. Mu Yu looked at Gomang and continued, "How much do you know about the immortal confinement prison?" Immortal confinement prison? It's truly a grand array. Back then, before this array was built, I was sent into the cycle of reincarnation. That's why I don't know who built it. However, I am sure that Deadwood Evergreen is right. He must have participated in the construction of the immortal confinement prison. Sword Shadow and Dust Wind alone would not have been able to build such a huge formation. This formation is the pinnacle of your human race's formations. I have to admit that it surpasses Yu Meng's 5 elements formation. I don't know much about it. Gomang did not hide anything. Do you know everything about me? Mu Yu asked. Yes, because I am you. We are inseparable. Gomang smiled. I know what you want to do. You want to learn Deadwood Evergreen's formation techniques, but you are afraid that I will find out. Perhaps there are other ways to break the 9 Heavens Demon Sealing formation apart from killing. I am also very curious. However, since we have a common enemy, I don't need to take over your body. You will take care of it for me, right? What are the limits of your in the blink of an eye ability to revive a person? Mu Yu asked coldly. To revive a person, you need to find that person's soul. After a person dies, their soul will float in the world for 6 years without dissipating. Unless you have something like the Gate of Hell, there is no way to capture their soul. If you want to revive Deadwood Evergreen, you have to find a way to break the 9 Heavens Demon Sealing formation as soon as possible. At the same time, you have to preserve Deadwood Evergreen's body. When the time comes, I will go and find his soul. Gomang smiled. He knew that he had convinced Mu Yu. Okay. I will learn formation techniques and break the 9 Heavens Demon Sealing formation. Help me revive Deadwood Daddy. Mu Yu snorted coldly. He was already planning to leave this place. A gust of wind came from nowhere, and the leaves in the forest suddenly became more and more numerous, gradually clustered in front of Mu Yu's eyes. Mu Yu only felt a flash in front of her eyes, and her whole consciousness returned to her body. He lowered his head and looked at Deadwood's pale face. Sorrow swept over him once again. The mottled green and black sword of Mu Ling floated in front of him. This was a sacred weapon of death that specialized in suppressing the Triple Palace's soul power. He didn't know how to treat Mu Ling. The slaughter it caused wouldn't increase the Triple Palace's power, but it would still severely damage it. But did he really have to kill? If killing wasn't to solve a problem, then everything would be meaningless. No matter what, he had to save Deadwood. Deadwood had been running around for others his whole life. It wasn't easy for him to live for himself. He shouldn't die like this. Dad, let's go home. Mu Yu wiped away his tears. This might be the last time he shed tears. When he decided to avenge Deadwood, he knew that he couldn't be merciful and cowardly anymore. The hatred between him and Stargate wouldn't end here. At the same time, he also knew about the sins of the Triple Palace. Right now, he didn't have anyone to rely on. He could only face 2 giant peaks alone, one of which was the unreachable Triple Palace. When he walked on this path, it meant that he would be opposed by many people. Whether it was his master, senior brothers, senior sisters, or friends, They wouldn't let Muyu face these things alone. They also wouldn't let Muyu undo the seal of the ninth heaven sealing demon formation to avenge Deadwood. Deadwood would also oppose Muyu's actions if he was still alive. Muyu hugged Deadwood's body and walked step by step. He didn't know where he was going to go, but his heart had never been so calm. Chengyang relied on Muyu's shadow clone sword and finally led the others to find him. However, everyone was silent because they knew that they were still a step too late. Muyu, don't do anything stupid. Chengyang accompanied Muyu and said solemnly. Muyu smiled. What kind of stupid thing can I do? That's right. What kind of stupid thing could he do? Looking for heaven is not waiting for nothing. He had to find heaven is not waiting, but the real mastermind behind the scenes was Sanchong. He was so weak now, if he didn't have any power before. He didn't know how to explain Triple Palace's actions to his senior brother. Triple Palace had always been very secretive and wouldn't leave behind any evidence. They even had an excuse to kill Deadwood. His strength alone was too insignificant. I can understand your sadness, but you have to understand that there are many things. Luo Shong said. I know. Muyu interrupted Luo Shong. No one could understand his pain at this moment. No one understood what the existence of the dead tree meant to Muyu. They didn't understand Deadwood Evergreen. They only knew that Deadwood Evergreen was a person who was good at playing with poison. In everyone's impression, people who dealt with poison weren't good people. They even knew that the reason Deadwood Evergreen helped Muyu was so that Feng Haochen could save Miao Yuyan. They always thought that Deadwood Evergreen was using Muyu. However, only Muyu knew that Deadwood had always cared for him like a father, even though his way of expressing fatherly love was always so rough. However, a father was such a person. He wouldn't easily express his love for you, but he would always silently wait for you behind your back, as silent as a mountain. Rebellious children would always make their fathers angry, but their fathers would only forgive their disrespect in anger. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.